Welcome to the City Council's June 22nd regular City Council meeting. This is a teleconference meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating remotely to ensure proper social distancing in this federal, state, and local emergency. Hello, my name is Drew Combs. I'm Mayor of Menlo Park for 2021. I'd like to introduce staff and City Council members present, including Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, City Council members Ray Mueller and Jen Willison. Staff present include City Manager Starla Jerome Robinson, City Attorney Nero Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Heron. Next is on the agenda is agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order or any requests from City Council members under City Council member reports. Does the City Council wish to modify or pull any agenda items? Vice Mayor Nash.
Actually, Councilmember Willison was first. I'll let her go first. Thanks.
Councilmember Willison.
Okay, thanks, Vice Mayor Nash. I wanted to raise the topic of a potential city eviction moratorium and to see what appetite there was on council for that to come back during council member reports. I'm not sure how or where we bring it back. So that's one thing. And the other thing was a policy regarding video recordings and making those publicly accessible on our website. So I just wanted to give everyone a heads up that I was interested in agendizing those. The eviction moratorium clearly has more of an urgency to it.
Okay, so we can, when it comes to council member reports, you can mention them then, and then we can sort of get a sense of what is the support there. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I'd like to pull K5, K6, and K7. So that's the fireworks. K5 is the fireworks. K6 is Willow Road paving, and K7 is the cannabis tax. Please.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, cool. So Councilmember Willison will bring up some items under council reports, and then K5, K6, and K7 will be pulled, and K3 will also be pulled because I'm recused from that, and so that'll need to be voted on separately. Councilmember Willison.
If we're pulling consent items, then I want to pull K1 as well. Okay. It'll be quick.
Okay. All right. With that, then again, I already mentioned that that we would. I'm recused from consent item K3, and so we would deal with that separately. Also, note the appeal of Planning Commission's decision to deny the proposed project at 17 Willow Road will be heard at a future meeting, so that will be continued. Okay. With that, excuse me. With that, the next item on the agenda is closed session. I'll call on the city clerk to see if there's any public comment on the closed session item.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. So final call for public comment on this evening's closed session item, D1. And seeing no hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk Heron. All right, with that, then the next step would be for the City Council to adjourn to closed session. And then obviously we'll reconvene to report out anything, if there's any actionable items from the closed session, and also to continue with the rest of the agenda items on the meeting. City Clerk Karen, do you have any additional instructions that you want to provide?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So yes, again, the City Council will be going into their closed session. They'll be going into that now. For members of the public, please stand by for us to reconvene the regular June 22nd meeting. Thank you. Welcome back, members of the City Council. Having a quorum back on our virtual dais. Mayor Combs, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. Yes, I'll reconvene the June 22nd regular City Council meeting, and we'll redo the roll call and the introductions. Present Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, council members Ray Mueller and Jen Willison. Staff present include City Manager Starla Jerome Robinson, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And again, echoing a welcome to our regular June 22nd meeting. At this time, we do ask that the City Council remain on screen for the duration of the meeting, engaging your own webcams and microphones. For members of the public who wish to provide public comment on an item on tonight's agenda, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 after the mayor calls for public comment on that item. Staff will engage their cameras and microphones to make presentations, as well as answer any questions the City Council may have. That does conclude my introductions at this time.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. With that, I'll recognize City Attorney Nira Doherty to report out from the June 10th, 15th, and 22nd closed sessions.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. There is no reportable action from any of the closed sessions that you just referenced.
Right, thank you. City Clerk Herron, can you call for public comment on items I1, I2, I3, and I4?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on any of our proclamations and presentations, items I1, I2, I3, and I4, which is recognizing June 2021 as Pride Month, recognizing Juneteenth Day, recognizing the Menlo Park Fire Protection, District Chief, and an overview of the SRI International's Campus Master Plan, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or cell phone, you may press *9 now. Our first speaker will be Karen Grove.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I'm just commenting very quickly on the presentation, which we have not yet heard, but from what I've seen from the slides and knowing where it is, it's a beautiful opportunity to build affordable housing at all levels of affordability for families of all sizes, close to Caltrain, close to stores in our great school district. It's a prime opportunity to affirmatively further fair housing and to make our city more vibrant and inclusive. So I'm excited to hear the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this is the final call for any public comment on items I1, I2, and I3. Our next speaker will be Pamela Jones.
Good evening, council members, and I want to first thank Mayor Combs for his very empowering speech at the Juneteenth Day celebration when we unveiled the Carl Clark Park storyboard. It's also wonderful to know that the Juneteenth flag is once again flying over City Hall, as well as the Pride flag. And I'd also like to thank the city for acknowledging Chief Harold, and I look forward to working with him on some history projects. And I also have a comment about SRI, and I wouldn't be me if I didn't have a comment about everything. But last night the Planning Commission, approved a very large complex on like a third of the acre that we have over at SRI, and it's an opportunity of a lifetime for the city of Menlo Park to bring equity and to have apartments that are close to transportation that are close to excellent schools, that are close to all sorts of services. And I would like to see the build out there to be substantial. So I hope that we can make that happen. Again, thank you, Mayor Conzona. Thank you again for the proclamation for Juneteenth and your speech. Thank you all.
Thank you for your comment. And our next speaker will be Julie Shanson.
Thank you. Esteemed council members, I wanted to thank you for your attention to Juneteenth. And I wanted to ask you if you would please consider flying the Juneteenth flag 156 days out of the year. That's one day for every year since Juneteenth, since the emancipation. Again, thank you. Thank you for attention on this issue. And I echo the previous speaker's desire for more housing at every affordability level within walking distance of Caltrain and amenities downtown. So I'm eager to hear the presentation about SRI as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. We have 3 proclamations and then a presentation. And so I'll read through the proclamations. My apologies beforehand. There's going to be a lot of me talking over the next couple of minutes, but then acknowledging Pride Month, Juneteenth, and retiring Menlo Park Fire Protection District Chief Harold Schopelhamen. So I'll read through those proclamations, and then again, as has already been mentioned, we'll have a presentation on the SRI project, and that's not a presentation I will give. So then we'll have a respite from me talking for a little bit. Okay, so let's start with the recognizing June 2021 as Pride Month. Whereas the City Council of Menlo Park recognizes and proclaims the month of June 2021 as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ Pride Month throughout the city of Menlo Park. And whereas Menlo Park joins the County of San Mateo to observe Pride Month with a pride flag raising ceremony to honor the history of the LGBTQ liberation movement and to support the rights of all citizens to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. And whereas the rainbow flag is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements that advocate for LGBTQ people in society, and whereas all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, LGBTQ individuals have had immeasurable impact to the cultural, civic, and economic success of our county. And whereas the city of Menlo Park is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for LGBTQ people in our diverse community, and whereas while society at large increasingly supports LGBTQ equality, it is essential to acknowledge that the need for education and awareness remains vital to end discrimination and prejudice. And whereas this nation was founded on the principle that every individual has an infinite dignity and worth, and the City Council calls upon the people of this municipality to embrace this principle and work to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists. And whereas celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for San Mateo County LGBTQ community, and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the rainbow flag will be raised on June 1st, or was raised on June 1st, 2021, recognizing all LGBTQ residents whose influential and lasting contributions to our neighborhoods make Menlo Park a vibrant community in which to live, work, and visit. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that I, Drew Combs, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council and City, hereby proclaims the month of June 2021 as Pride Month in support of the LGBTQ community. With that, I'd also now like to introduce Tanya Beat, Director of LGBTQ Director of the LGBTQ Commission on the Status of Women for San Mateo County.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Thank you for inviting me here. My name is Tanya B. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I am the director for the Commission on the Status of Women and also the LGBTQ Commission for the county. I had the privilege and courage to come out 28 years ago when I was in college. At that time, being LGBTQ is mainly associated with the AIDS crisis. And there was no one, and I mean no one in the media, my school, or at my church who I could identify with. And looking back at my youth and my teen years, my tween years, and even younger, I always knew I was different. And it wasn't safe to even think about who I was truly deep down inside. I suppressed myself from being seen as normal and drank recklessly as a teenager, made terrible choices because I had so much shame and self-hate. Thankfully, much has changed since 1993, and I live currently in a county in California where all 20 cities have issued a Pride Month proclamation, and 19 of those cities are flying the Pride flag. I want to thank you for these joyous acts, for issuing a proclamation and for flying the Pride flag, because while this is symbolic, your actions provide a message that we are all seeking when it comes to finding love, feeling safe, having community, and feeling a call to service. That's what you inspire when you issue a proclamation and raise the Pride flag, when you provide a space for questions, when you hold discussion and yes, even allow for arguments. That's what you inspire when your residents step up to serve their community and get involved. This is our democracy. That's why I do the work I do. So on behalf of the LGBTQ Commission, I want to thank the City of Menlo Park for this proclamation and for flying the Pride flag starting June 1st. You've been flying it all month. And for providing a way for all people, especially young people, to know that they are not only welcome here, but that they are truly treasured. Thank you so much for your support and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Ms. Beat, for your comments and for sharing your story and for all the work that you do. Yeah, it's important, and we can, whether it's Pride or Juneteenth, we don't have to think very far back to think that how exceptional such an event would be to have all 20 cities in our county recognizing that. It's not that far, and so it's not that far back, and so I think it's amazing that accomplishment that we've achieved, but also I think even more so it impacts or suggests that we even need to continue normalizing it, right? And so continue raising the flag and or flying the flag and continue issuing proclamations. So thank you for your comments. Right. With that, we'll move on to the Juneteenth, the proclamation recognizing Juneteenth. Whereas Juneteenth is the oldest known celebration commemorating the ending of slavery in the United States, and whereas President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, declare that all persons held as slaves within the rebellious states are and henceforward shall be free, paving the way for the passing of the 13th Amendment, which formally abolished slavery in the United States of America. And whereas Juneteenth, or June 19th, 1865, is considered the date when the last slaves in America were freed, when General Gordon Granger rode into Galveston, Texas, and issued General Order Number 3, almost 2.5 years after President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas Emancipation Day observations are held on different days in 48 states, and whereas June 9th Juneteenth has an empowering meaning in American history and is called Juneteenth, combining the words June and 19th, and has been celebrated by the Black community for over 150 years. And whereas Juneteenth, also known as Juneteenth Independence Day, Emancipation Day, Emancipation Celebration, and Freedom Day, is the oldest African American holiday observance in the United States. And whereas Juneteenth commemorates the strong survival instincts of African Americans who were first brought to this country stacked in the bottom of slave ships in a month-long journey across the mid-Atlantic Ocean known as the Middle Passage. And whereas events in the history of the United States that led to the start of the Civil War in 1861 centered on sectional differences between the North and South that were based on the economic and social divergence caused by the existence of slavery. And whereas, although Juneteenth education and celebrations declined in America in the early part of the 20th century, the civil rights movement of the 1950s and the 1960s saw a resurgence of interest in Juneteenth, along with renewed community celebrations of the day. And whereas observance of Juneteenth, a reminder of emancipation, spread from Texas to neighboring states of Louisiana, Arkansas, and Oklahoma, as well as Alabama, Florida, and California, where many African-American Texans migrated. Whereas today, Juneteenth commemorates African-American freedom and emphasizes education and achievement. It is a day, a week, and in some areas, a month marked with celebrations, guest speakers, picnics, and family gatherings. It is a time for reflection and rejoicing. It is a time for assessment, self-improvement, and planning for the future. And whereas Juneteenth symbolizes freedom, celebrates the abolishment of slavery, and reminds all Americans of the significant contributions of African Americans to our society. And whereas Juneteenth celebrations are a tribute to those African Americans then and now who fought so long and worked so hard to make the dream of equality a reality. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that I, Drew Combs, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, do hereby proclaim June 14th, 2021 as the week of the Juneteenth Day in Menlo Park, and urge all residents to become more aware and continually educated on the significance of this celebration in Black history and in the heritage of our nation. Designate the raising of the Juneteenth flag during this time. And so that's the Juneteenth proclamation, and we have also been raising the Juneteenth flag during this month. Okay, with that, we'll go to the last proclamation of the evening, the proclamation recognizing Menlo Park Fire Protection District Chief Harold Schapelhamann. Whereas Chief Schapelhamann has been with the fire district since June of 1981 and has held the positions of firefighter, dispatcher, engine driver, truck driver, station captain, truck captain, staff captain, acting battalion chief, and division chief. And whereas Chief Schapelhamann was promoted to the position of deputy chief for the fire district on March 31st, 2006, and whereas since January 2007, Chief Harold Schapelhamann has served the residents of Menlo Park as chief of the Menlo Park Fire Protection District. And whereas prior to being promoted to deputy chief, he served as the division chief in charge of special operations, specifically responsible for the state and federal urban search and rescue program and the fire district's local and state water rescue programs. And whereas Chief Schapelhamann is a veteran of various national incidents, including the Oklahoma City bombing, the World Trade Center collapse, the recovery of the Columbia Space Shuttle astronauts, and Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans. And whereas, in addition to his professional service and leadership, Chief Schapelhamann is a role model of bravery and inspiration to all those in our community who have suffered personal tragedy and injury by refusing to yield to the effects of an injury in his own personal life. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that I, Drew Combs, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council and City, congratulate and express our sincere gratitude to Menlo Park Fire Protection District Chief Harold Schapelhamann for his loyalty, commitment, service, and leadership over the past 40 years. And so I believe the chief is here, right? Or
unfortunately, I did get a late message that he did have a meeting that was running over. He was unable to attend, but we will be delivering this at a presentation for him on Monday.
Okay, all right. So yeah, and I think we all send our best it is hard to think of him being retired. And so I hope that works out for him. But something tells me he might be back fairly soon in some capacity. Maybe researching being Pam Jones's research assistant. Okay, with that, we'll move. We'll conclude the proclamation portion of the meeting and move on to the presentation, which is an overview of SRI's SRI International's campus master plan. Here to introduce the item is Assistant Community Development Director Deanna Chow. I think Deanna was the name on my notes, but I don't see Deanna on the
Deanna will be with
screen.
us momentarily.
Okay, totally fair.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Great, thank you. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Combs and members of the City Council. I'm Deanna Chow, Assistant Community Development Director, and here to introduce the presentation this evening on the proposed redevelopment of SRI's campus located at 333 Ravenswood Avenue. So SRI, in partnership with Lane Partners, are excited to be here this evening to share an overview of their mixed-use master plan on the 63-acre campus. And the goal of really tonight is to introduce the project to the City Council and members of the public. And there will be future opportunities for feedback during the city's review of the project, including during the housing element conversations. Particularly the project would require a general plan amendment for the housing, and the City Council would be the final decision-making body on the proposed project. And I think you may have already met Mark and his team, but I'd like to formally introduce again Mark Murray of Lane Partners, who will introduce his team and make the presentation this evening. So thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. Appreciate it. First, let me just make sure I can share our screen. Is that visible for everyone?
Yes, thank you, Mark.
Great, thanks. Well, good evening, council members and city staff and Menlo Park residents. I'm Mark Murray with Lane Partners. We're a Menlo Park-based real estate development firm. Very excited to be here tonight to both, formally announce our partnership with SRI International to redevelop SRI 63-acre campus in Menlo Park, but also to really formally commence the conversation with this community about what that redevelopment should ultimately look like. And presenting with me this evening is John McIntyre from SRI International and Tom Yee from Studios Architecture, who will be leading the design efforts. And with that, I'll pass it off to John McIntyre to say a few words on SRI's behalf.
Great, thank you, Mark. I'm SRI's Senior Vice President for Corporate Development, and I've worked from our Menlo Park campus for 18 years, which seems like a long time in this day and age, but SRI has been a part of the Menlo Park community for 75 years, and we're here to stay. So we've analyzed our infrastructure and determined that it's clearly time to invest and update the campus, but it's also clear to us that this is an important opportunity for the entire community. So in seeking out a development partner, we looked for a firm with a great track record of successfully working with community stakeholders, and Lane Partners is proving to be a wonderful partner for SRI. And we're confident that their local knowledge and creativity, frankly, is very well suited to working productively with all the stakeholders here in our community. So this is a very exciting opportunity for us. We look forward to embarking on the next chapter of our long partnership with Menlo Park. Thank you.
Thanks, John. And Tom, did you want to speak to the site itself?
Thanks, Mark, and thanks members of the council, city staff, and the public. I'm Thomas Yee, principal with Studios Architecture. We have quite a bit of experience in the city of Menlo Park with a couple of other campuses, and we're obviously very happy to be part of this team. We're very excited, very, very excited about the site. It's very well situated, close to downtown, Caltrain, all the great facilities at Burgess Park. And so our goal is to reinforce those objectives and make the campus a very transparent, equitable place for the community, really focus on open space, accessibility, meshing with the city's classical pedestrian, other modes of access to and from the site, and really make this site part of Menlo Park's residents' daily experience, as well as address the housing need. A number of people have mentioned that, and create a great office and R&D park that the city can be proud of and the community can make use of, like I said, on a daily basis. So we're excited and we look forward to getting started and getting into the outreach process. Mark?
Thanks a lot, Tom. And before jumping into kind of the high level vision we have for the project, I just wanted to really reiterate, what a special opportunity we think this is. We're incredibly excited that SRI selected us to be their development partner. I mentioned we're, a Menlo Park based firm, but our office has been half a mile from this site since the company started 16 years ago. I actually live with my family about a half mile of SRI's campus as well. So there's a personal element to how excited I am to be a part of this. But I also wanted to commit to this council and the community here, publicly is this is a special opportunity. It also really deserves, a robust public outreach process. We want to solicit a lot of feedback from the community and have that feedback really guide some of the things we do with this redevelopment. So we're just beginning that process. At the same time, we do have some kind of core elements to our vision that we'd like to share tonight. But again, these will all be sort of tempered and change as we get community feedback throughout this process. Again, we're just at the beginning. But starting with housing, this is really where our vision starts. There's no housing currently on the site and hasn't been, I think, historically. I know there's some public comment earlier, like talking about how close this is to transit, how close this is to amenities. We hear comments like that, whenever we discuss this project or other projects throughout the peninsula. There's a major need for housing supply, both at market rate and affordable. So we plan on having an element that helps to address that issue. In terms of the amount of housing, that's very much going to be a conversation with the community. What we're essentially starting with as a baseline is approximately 400 units. That'll be a mix of both market rate and different levels of affordability. But again, this is the beginning of that conversation, and we look forward to advancing that as we get more community feedback. Another guiding principle is the creation of open space and green spaces. I'm sure all of you are familiar. You've been, driving or walking or biking around this campus for many years. It's really kind of a void or a blockage in the center of the community. There's actually, a security fence kind of running most of the circumference of the project. So we want to just change that very dramatically. Open this up, not only open up the majority of the campus to the public, but change the nature of it. Right now, if you look on Google Earth, it's kind of a sea of asphalt and a lot of older buildings spread out. We want to make that more efficient, return a lot of that hardscape back into green space that's open to the public. So the net result would be, we're hoping to achieve about 28 acres of not only public open space, but public open green space. Alternative transportation is another one of the big goals for the project, and opening up the site itself actually lends itself to bike and pedestrian passageways through the project that don't exist today. Again, right now it kind of acts as a blockage in terms of how you go east to west or north to south through the community. We want to take it from being a blockage and make it more of connective tissue, where you'll have our bike and pedestrian arteries that run through the site that make it not only easy to go through the site, but actually kind of connect to the greater infrastructure of the town and create synergies with some of the things that are already underway, like the Middle Avenue Tunnel, for example, for bike and ped getting under Caltrain that goes up Burgess Drive, which eventually terminates back into the SRI campus. So have that kind of continue through the campus. And that's just one example. We'll have several of these bike and pedestrian arteries, but the idea is to not only make it easy to bike and walk across SRI, but to make it easier, safer, and more inviting to bike or walk across, the town in general. So while we're adding housing, we do not plan to add any new commercial space. We are going to redevelop about 1.1 million square feet of the existing buildings. But to be clear, that's kind of a 1-for-1 trade in terms of demolishing older, outdated buildings and redeveloping the same amount of square footage of newer, more aesthetically pleasing, more sustainable buildings. But above all, I think the overarching thesis of what we want to do here is take what's currently kind of a void that was just used by SRI and create a new zone of public use, of public activity, whether that's outdoor fitness and jogging around campus, or having things like farmers markets or potentially festivals on weekends or things like that. But taking something that isn't very used by anyone but SRI and really making it a true, bank of public amenities that can be used by the community in a lot of different ways. But again, these are just this is just kind of our initial vision. These are our initial ideas, and we want to solicit a lot of public feedback. And with that, that's a good segue into, we wanted to announce our first series of public open houses that'll take place in July 15th, 24th, and the 28th. And again, this will not be, so we're inviting anyone from the community to come and learn more about the project. And just as importantly, give us feedback in terms of what you'd like to see. Similar to the public comments we heard tonight, like we want that kind of feedback, and we want that kind of feedback to shape. So these meetings, again, will take place before our initial formal planning submittal. So again, this is just kind of our first bank of these meetings. It won't be your last opportunity, but we're trying to get some input under our belt before even making that initial submittal, to essentially get as much right as we can off the bat. But at the same time, we understand that outreach and public input will be kind of an ongoing process. You can see our website is up here as well. You can use that to solicit feedback as well, or to keep up to date with future open houses and things of that nature. But this is how we're starting. And we really implore people to come out and give us your feedback and get involved with this project, because we'd love to hear from you. But with that, we thank everyone for their time. Happy to answer any questions, but we hope to be back before this council for a proper study session a little bit down the road.
Great, thank you, Mr. Murray. City Clerk, I know we've technically already called public comment on this item, but let's just call it again in case someone has joined and maybe the item kind of got buried behind the proclamation. So we'll call for public comment, since you guys said you wanted feedback. So let's
Sure.
see if we have some immediately, and then we'll come back to the dais for general comments from the council.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item I4, presentation, overview of SRI International's Campus Master Plan Parkline, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. And our first speaker will be Adina Levin.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, council members, and people representing the project. My name is Adina Levin. I'm a Menlo Park resident representing myself. I'm on the Complete Streets Commission. And as a member of the Complete Streets Commission, we had looked at the plan that SRI had done a number of years ago as they were doing their long-term plan for the site, and made supportive and enthusiastic comments about the possibility of having more permeability for people walking and biking through that site. And really glad to see a development that has the potential to make that a reality. Also as separately as a member of the Menlo Together community group, and as a resident near downtown, I'm really excited to see the potential for housing, for people of a variety of income levels near the downtown, near stores, near services, near the Caltrain station. In terms of, as the city goes through its housing element and is going to need to zone for a significant amount of housing, this is really a fantastic place for that housing, for people to be able to live walking distance from so many things that you need. As a near downtown resident, that's something I really treasure, and it's something that will be great to have many more people. And speaking of many more people, in terms of the amount of housing on this site, observing that the amount of a density that is proposed is significantly lower than the amount of density that is enshrined in the city's plans and is being built out, near the Bayfront, near the Bellhaven neighborhood, that has significantly a lower amount of services currently, as well as less public transportation to date. And so in terms of thinking about where we want to have significant amounts of housing and new neighbors at all income levels, this is a really great place to think about having even more housing and even more neighbors. A walkable community that has so many amenities and great features. So looking forward to seeing more about what's coming forward and participating in the community discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And our next speaker will be Phil, MPK.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Judy. My name's Philip Barr. I am in District 2, and we actually live a block and a half from SRI on Pine Street. I hadn't really planned on talking about this tonight. I had other items that I was joined in for, but I am an architect, a retired architect. I have large project experience with, say, 250 or 750 million or over $1 billion. So used to these large scale projects. And I'm excited that you're going to engage the community in this. And I actually will be there, try to be there. I really want to bring this item to your attention, and I'll say to the design team and to whoever is going to be moderating this group, is that the community has ideas for this, and this is a great opportunity for Menlo Park. We looked at other places for housing, but they were right on the Caltrain line, or not necessarily the best places, but this gets housing away from being on top of the Caltrain line. So that's really, really good. To have the access through SRI campus is another thing. But then on the flip side, sometimes change isn't necessarily great. So we need to really moderate that and make sure that every item that we bring forward can be evaluated and things aren't preconceived, like we're going to have 400 housing units. We're going to have traffic through the site. We definitely want to have SRI's buildings right here, because I think that it gives us an opportunity to really have valuable community input. And I applaud SRI. And I did this before I spoke at the city council, but I'm really pleased with SRI. And they have truly been a great community member. There's no question about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Rachel Horst.
Hi, my name is Rachel Horst. I am a resident of Menlo Park and a Menlo Park Housing Commissioner, but I'm making these comments as myself. I follow on these very comprehensive comments with really nothing new to say. I just want to express my enthusiasm about this potential project, and I want to encourage both the community and the council and the designers and everyone involved to really think big on this. This is super exciting. Very rare that we have opportunities like this in such amenity-rich areas. I looked at the zoning myself, thinking about what could be possible on the site, and I was very intrigued by the many possibilities, but it looks like there will have to be some rezoning done of the site. And I just want to encourage the council now to, again, think big, because of the times that we're in, with the housing element update, with zoning as something that's on the table that we need to take a look at and potentially comprehensively amend and change, and this would be an excellent opportunity to do so. So just thinking about it in that context, and then also with those 400 units, that's a great starting point, but I echo the comments of others. We need to use that as our baseline and build upon it. We have other parts of the city in the Bayfront area where we've got density at a much higher level, height much higher, and this is our opportunity to bring that over to the part of Menlo Park where it's always so difficult to build developments of that scale. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Peter C.
Hi, my name is Peter. I'm a member of the Burgess Classic community. There are about 60 of us here. You know, we love the idea of repositioning this old, you know, SRI site that's been dilapidated for many years. I do have a couple of global questions, one global, one more personal to me. On the global front, there's a lot of Silicon Valley companies that are transitioning to a work from home environment. And with that, they're rethinking the need for more office space, or the lack of need for office space for that matter. So I want to make sure that the developers have this in mind so that we don't bring unnecessary traffic if the workforce is now transitioning to a more permanent work from environment. In fact, Facebook and some of the other larger companies are thinking through that process as we speak today. And the second one, being a neighbor very close to the project, I'm also very concerned about the overall nature of the community, just because, you know, Laurel Street is one of the last quiet street amongst the community, because Ravenswood is a single lane road on each direction. Middlefield is troublesome. Willows has a lot of traffic. And so I am concerned about the traffic along Laurel, and if an entrance is put in that direction towards the housing, it can further exacerbate this that street, which has a lot of street bumps, and also, you know, sight lines and setbacks, and making sure that what's being built there has careful consideration for the community next door. So, you know, our environment isn't exacerbated by the project. But I think this is encouraging. We just want to make sure it's done right. That's all.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on item I4. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So just responding to, before we go to the virtual dais, the last resident who made public comment, like, obviously, to what extent are you guys taking into account this transition that's likely happening post-pandemic of more people working from home? And then what has been some of the general thoughts around the flow of the access, the egress and ingress to the project, specifically as it relates to Laurel?
Sure, all very fair questions. And to be clear, we kind of use terms of office and research and development and commercial and things like that. So I want to be clear that, you know, what we envision for this campus is kind of a mix of those things, and creating very versatile buildings that can accommodate things like life sciences and kind of more heavy research and development on one hand, to more general office. And, you know, a lot of the users that you see, you know, in places like Silicon Valley are kind of combinations thereof. So that's definitely like that world is in flux. I think we're pretty confident that particularly great locations like this, you know, a lot of the things we focus on are transit orientation, being near Caltrain, being near BART, or even both, are kind of what we seek out, because that's what's most desirable. So I think, as you know, even if there is a waning of need for commercial space, I think it's projects like this that are going to do really well, and they're going to do well in a way that generally keeps traffic off the road, or at least mitigates traffic. I should say there'll always be some amount of traffic, but traffic mitigation and how you kind of shepherd traffic is one of the main things we study. Like we're going to do everything we can to keep traffic off Laurel and kind of keeping it heading out to Middlefield towards Woodside and the freeway and things like that. To the extent we're not, you know, encouraging, we're going to have a shuttle service going to Caltrain all the time for you know, office occupants and residential occupants as well. So plan A is to encourage as much Caltrain and bike usage as you can, but to the extent that there obviously be auto trips, we're doing everything we can to actually keep traffic away from Laurel away from cutting through Linfield Oaks when you're coming from 101, making sure we're kind of shepherding traffic to a different location. We didn't present site plans tonight because they're still sort of in flux, and we wanted to get public input in first, but we're planning on putting the residential component kind of fronting on Laurel for a number of reasons. It's more appropriate in terms of the transition from like Classics Communities and Linfield Oaks, but also it kind of gives the best land to the residential stuff in terms of, I think some of the public comments earlier were, you want more apartment or more housing units, near downtown amenities, near transit. So that's what you're doing. And when you see our site plans, you'll see that that's what we're doing is the residential is kind of going on that best part of the site, and we'll have the commercial sort of behind it closer to Middlefield, which also helps mitigate, commercial folks using Laurel for cars.
Cool, thank you, Mr. Murray. So I'll go to the dais, and I'll just give the reminder to my council colleagues, right? This is a heads up. This isn't a study session. So, but certainly want you guys all to as I know it's really important to provide some sense of what you're thinking and comment on it. But if we could focus on that and not necessarily a back and forth questioning of the applicant, which again, I know will come. But only in the interest of time. But then, as you all know, when you have the mic, you can do whatever you want to. So with that, I'll turn first to Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and thank you for everyone for their public comments and for our presenters for this. I guess it's a sneak peek of what is to come, which is really what my question is more process, and this might be more for city staff. So it's my understanding that there has been no formal application submitted, that right now we have these renderings with some very high level ideas. But if someone could kind of outline for the residents, because I get, as the District 3 representative where this project is located, I get a lot of questions and I think nervousness from community members. Am I going to miss something? When am I going to get to give feedback? And I appreciate the meetings that you have that are set up and the office hours and the information that you're making available. But if Ms. Chow, maybe you can give just kind of a timeline, and I know things can change, but like an overview from a resident perspective on opportunities to engage in this process.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilson. So that's a good question. And I think the applicants and staff, I think, have a similar question. I think we're working through what this looks like. It is a big project. So, they do have what we call a pre-app. So it's beginning the conversations to start to outline, what are the next steps, what types of plans are needed, what are the next meetings. We anticipate this will be an environmental impact report, so we need to bring on a consultant, and that contract will come before the city council for review. As I mentioned, this would be part of our housing element conversations, with a housing component, and the applicant is, excited to be part of that. I know they were like, what's the right density? Is this the right location? So, that is going to be explored during the community conversations and also part of our housing element conversations. But there will be, an EIR. This will involve a number of entitlements. We're still figuring out what those entitlements are, what the right zoning, what the right general plan designations are. So there's a lot to still be figured out. So once an application is officially filed, we will do noticing to the neighborhood so that they are aware that an application is on file.
Thank you for that. And just to clarify, it sounds like the applicant is going to be doing some community outreach kind of privately on their own and inviting residents and stakeholders to give feedback. In addition, there will be kind of the formal public governmental review process. And so residents who are interested in this project can both kind of sign up for information on the applicant's website, which they listed. Regarding the city's process, is there a place residents can go to make sure they don't miss a planning commission meeting or city governmental opportunities for feedback?
Yes, great. So as we have more information, we will likely develop a city project webpage dedicated to, the plans, the staff reports, updates. And so community members could review sort of the next steps, or where we are in the process when we develop that project page, which has yet to be created.
Okay, so once that project page is developed, will there be one of those kind of notify me signups to get information about this specific project? Or will it just be checking back to that website?
It might be checking back. I'll be checking in with our community engagement manager on how best to set that up.
Okay, thank you. And I think all of these questions are basically just illustrating the amount of transparency and interest that is going to be generated and needed for this project. It's a big deal. And I think the more we can make sure that we're getting the word out, even if it requires, those signs on Ravenswood, letting people know that there's a meeting on Wednesday or something, the more information, the better. And those are my questions for now. And I know that there's going to be an opportunity for council to give, more substantive feedback, but I know this is just a very early preview. So thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison, for those questions and comments. Is there anyone on council who would like to provide? Councilmember Mueller.
I just wanted to quickly thank the applicant for being so thoughtful and how they're bringing forth the project to the community. We have a very, and it's probably important to note for those watching, the city has a housing element that it's looking at, but it's going to require 3,000 housing units be built in the city, citywide. And so to have an opportunity site like Stanford Research Institute, the SRI site, come forward with a plan like this is a tremendous opportunity, obviously for the city and to provide housing, but it also is a tremendous opportunity to help make a dent in our housing element in a very thoughtful manner. And so, and the thought that's gone here in terms of looking at the different levels of affordability and the public amenities, and really doing it in a way that makes the project a community asset, something to be excited about. So I'm grateful that we have this opportunity to engage with this applicant in this manner, because it means, candidly, it means a lot towards the city futures in terms of what our obligations are presently. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Willison.
I apologize for coming back on. I do have a couple of quick questions that I've been heard that I hear on the street that I just wanted to note for our applicants and for staff, that kind of answering some of these questions sooner than later might help the community members feel more comfortable. I've heard questions about kind of chemicals. I know there's going to be an environmental impact report, and there's going to be a lot of probably mitigation work and checking to make sure that the site is safe. But given the current status and uses at SRI and the fact that it looks like the Stranger Things set, people are just kind of wondering what's going to happen to like the old creepy things on that site. So kind of addressing that. I've also heard community members express questions about Stanford's relationship with SRI and the property taxes that may or may not get paid on residential units. I don't know if that's something, I don't know if you understand what I'm getting at, but so I don't know if have an answer to that, or if it's TBD, or it's none of our business. I'm not sure what the answer is, but I know that people are concerned about that, and that there's kind of chatter about that. And then also just on the mix of, I know you mentioned kind of life science and office, and that we're not going to get the plans aren't to add any more office, but that there might be some tenants coming in, whereas Currently, it's all SRI, and whether that influx of kind of new types of tenants means there'll be a higher office density than currently. So even if the building square footage stays the same, if the workers that are generated is going to be higher. So you don't have to answer that right now. I just wanted to alert you to some of the things that I've heard kind of on the street that might either help people's concerns or raise them. But I just wanted to point that out.
Sure, I could jump in just on the property tax issue itself. I think some of these, Councilmember Wilson, will have to probably punt on because they're still under study. But in terms of property tax, it'll be very good news for the school system and the other beneficiaries of property tax. We'll have a full analysis as we submit, but it will be very good news. And I think you're getting at nonprofits don't necessarily pay property tax. That's true for SRI. We'll at a later date, we'll be able to say exactly how much SRI is occupying, but they'll be, again, the net result in terms of property tax would be very beneficial to the taxing bodies.
Yeah, go Councilmember.
So just to clarify then, so SRI is a nonprofit. And so I think it was on the residential units, it had to.
Yeah, they will not be the occupant of the residential units. So they.
Okay, thank you.
It would not, sorry, I should have said that. Their nonprofit status will not affect the taxation of the residential component.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the dais or comments? Okay, well, thank you for Ms. Murray and your team for providing this preview. As you can see, obviously there's lots of interest in this project. I think I was mentioning someone the other day. I remember one of my first meetings as a member of the Bicycle Commission, which no longer exists. Someone from SRI came in and did a presentation about their plans to redevelop their property. Of course, that never transpired, that project. And so, but obviously, I think as we all see, this is a great opportunity site. Probably, nothing better defines opportunity site than this parcel. And so, it's great to see that you guys are back at it, and I think speaking on behalf of the community, we're very much ready to engage in this conversation. Well, thank you. With that, we'll go on to the next agenda item.
Thank you.
Great. Next on the agenda is public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address our political jurisdiction in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. City Clerk Karen, can you call for public comment?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to comment on an item that is not on this evening's agenda, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. And our first speaker will be Philip Barr.
I'm sorry, I didn't unmute myself. I would like to address the mayor, Vice Mayor Nash, and council members. I'd like to address the council members and the mayor. Thank you. I didn't know if I was getting through. I'm so sorry.
No, please go.
Okay, got 2:45. I live on Pine Street. I'm in District 2. And this is not on the agenda tonight. So our street And for a number of years, I've lived here 31 years. And the first thing is, thank you so much, council, from 2 years ago that helped us with getting a cutout in front of the apartment complex, because there's one elderly person, Marie, that really was having trouble getting into her apartment complex. And the city came through about a year later and put that cutout in. And so thank you very much for that. I would like to bring up the Pine Street traffic situation. For years, it's been one half of Pine Street is parking on one side of it. The other side is parking on two sides of it. For years, we sort of endured getting our mirrors clipped and people scraping by the side of the cars. But what happened over the last couple of weeks and couple of months is that there's been a lot more emergency service activity where there was somebody that had a medical emergency. Last week, there was an assault on our neighbor at our neighbor's place. And then there's difficulty with the vehicles getting into Pine Street because this side of the block just cannot facilitate large vehicles. So this is not really a staff for look at parking. This is more of a public safety and traffic safety issue. And I just want to bring it up to your attention that as residents, we do want to feel like we're being listened to on this traffic part of Pine Street, because we're afraid that, and I'm afraid as a senior, that someday I will need an emergency vehicle. And if I didn't state my name, I'm Phil Barr on Pine Street. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Mr. Barr, and I just wanted to chime in really quickly, and I could be, definitely someone correct me if I'm wrong. I think Pine is in District 3. I used to live on Cherry, Mr. Barr, so I'm very familiar with that area of the city. And so just for clarity on that, you're a resident of Menlo Park, and obviously it doesn't really matter what district you're in. Your comment is still very, very important, and obviously will be taken. But I just want to make sure we're all on the same page with regards to that. So okay, we can go to the next if there's another public comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. Our next public comment will be from Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. And I don't know whether to speak to this in general public comment, because there is a line in the budget, but it didn't have a spending item. So I'm going to bring it up as a general public comment. And that is the topic of an eviction moratorium. The statewide eviction moratorium is expiring on June 30th. And there are discussions at the state level about extending SB 91, the Tenant Relief Act, beyond June 30th. But so far, the state has not yet taken action. And the county is looking to extend its eviction moratorium, but only applying to unincorporated county, which could potentially leave Menlo Park residents at risk. There is certainly going to be there's funding available for helping people to pay back rent, but there's a big risk that people are going to fall through the cracks, and we're going to lose residents and neighbors before all of those gaps in the policies are filled. So there are a number of cities that are, so because the county can't do it, it would be very helpful for the city council to adopt an emergency eviction moratorium for Menlo Park to take effect in the case that SB 91 is allowed to expire and there's a gap. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment, item J. Our next speaker will be Karen Grove.
Good evening. I would like to first point out that I am on the Housing Commission and I'm speaking for myself. And that was true when I commented on the Park Lane project as well, but I forgot to say so. And I want to just add my support to Adina's comment about the eviction moratorium extension. It's absolutely crucial. There's so much money being made available for tenant relief. And it's very likely that rather than reimburse landlords at 80% to landlords, the state will change it to 100%. However, the rollout of that implementation is very, very rocky, and it's not necessarily reaching the people who need it the most. They're definitely making improvements to the process, but we need time to reach the people who need this relief. It is definitely a pound of prevention rather than a ounce of prevention that will, anyway, you know what I mean. This is preventative and very, very important to people's lives and to our resources. So I just want to second the eviction moratorium as a backup plan. Very likely the state will come through in the last moment, but we unfortunately have to be prepared that they may not and be ready to take care of our residents. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public commenter is Pamela Jones.
Good evening again, and thank you, Pamela Jones. I too strongly support the city having a moratorium, eviction moratorium. And even more important, the city needs to find out which residents have been affected and are in danger or have been evicted because one, they didn't know that there was an eviction moratorium, because their landlords didn't know or were unwilling to let them know about an eviction moratorium. It seems to me that if we want to keep our residents housed, that we need to do big steps to make sure that that occurs. So I really encourage, and I've said this before at the Housing Commission, even that we need to know what's happening to our residents. We know that we have speculators, we have Airbnb, we have all sorts of other things that have made it really difficult for families to remain here. So again, please support an eviction moratorium that is perfect for Menlo Park. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Harrington. Okay, with that, we'll move to the consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the city may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a city council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. So let's call for public comment on the consent items, and then we'll come back and go through them.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on any of our consent calendar items, K1, City Council meeting minutes, K2, adopt resolution 6640 of intention to abandon public utility easements within the properties at 115 Independence Drive, 104 Constitution Drive, and 110 Constitution Drive associated with the proposed redevelopment of the project site. K3, waive the second reading and adopt zoning ordinance number 1077, amendment associated with community amenities and bonus level development in office, life sciences, and residential mixed use zoning districts to establish an in lieu fee payment for the provision of community amenities and authorize applicants to propose community amenities not on the community amenities list through negotiation of a development agreement. K4, adopt resolution number 6641, authorizing the city manager to rescind the portions of the emergency order number 2 related to the main library, Bellhaven Branch Library, Arriaga Family Recreation Center, and Police Department lobby. K5, waive second reading and adopt fireworks ordinance number 1076. K6, award a construction contract to Interstate Grading and Paving Incorporated and appropriate additional project funding for the 2021 Willow Road resurfacing project. And K7, adopt resolution number 6642, approving the application for fiscal year 2021-22 Cannabis Tax Fund Grant Program, grant funds in the amount of $376,662.02. Please engage that hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or cell phone, you may press *9 now. So this will be the final call for any public comment on our consent calendars, items K1 through K7. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Combs.
Great, thank you, City Clerk Karen. So let's start with K3 since I'm recused from that. And was it Vice Mayor Nash who pulled that?
No, I did not pull K3. I don't think that was pulled.
I have it, so no one pulled K3?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, no, I have it circled because I'm recused from it, not because someone. So why don't I sign off, and then Vice Mayor Nash, you can take over, and you guys can have a vote on that, and then I'll come back on, and then we'll go through the rest of the items.
Sounds great. Thank you. All right, so doing this without a script, but I think what we need to do is vote on consent item K3 to, as Judy just, City Clerk Karen just outlined, waive the second reading and adopt zoning ordinance number 1077, amendment associated with community amenities and bonus level development. So Ms. Herron, is there any discussion? And Ms. Herron, could you please call for a vote?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. Do we have a motion?
Oh.
Like City Council Member Wilson?
Yeah, I'll move.
I'll second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Willison and a second by Vice Mayor Nash to waive the second reading and adopt zoning ordinance number 1077, amendment associated with community amenities and bonus level development in the office, life sciences, and residential mixed-use zoning districts to establish an in-lieu fee payment for the provision of community amenities and authorize applicants to propose community amenities not on the community amenities list through negotiation of a development agreement. Any further City Council question or discussions? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller,
Yes.
City Council Member Willison,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
and the motion passes with City Council Member Taylor absent and Mayor Combs recused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen and Vice Mayor Nash. Okay, so then K1 was, I know that one was pulled. I don't know. I can't remember who. So let's whoever pulled it chime in and let us know what you want to do there.
That was me. On page 15, K115, which I didn't print out the thing, I just made a note, so I'm not sure which date that is. But there's something in there that says that we received clarification on MPPD in EPA. And I think we requested clarification on MPPD in EPA. That's my memory was that we were looking to see how often when the Menlo Park Police Department goes into EPA, not that we got that information. So I didn't review the tape, so I just wanted to, I don't know if Clerk Judy Herron has any comments about that.
Thank you, City Council Member Willison. Without reviewing the tape, I do not recall offhand. However, if there is consensus to update the minutes showing that the City Council did request that, that is something that we can do.
Okay, yeah, that works. So we'll just assume, and we can roll that into the other consent items with that clarification request. Okay, so that's K1, K2, no one pulled. K3 has already been dealt with. K4, no one pulled. K5. who was it? Was it Vice Mayor Nash that pulled K5? Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Let's see, K5 is about the fireworks, and I fully support the fireworks ordinance. I was just wondering if the Police Chief Norris is here and if we have any updates as far as tickets issued or how it's going with the urgency ordinance. There's still a lot of fireworks activity and concern from residents that I hear all over the city.
Council members, at this point, I wish I had known about this request earlier today. I would have pulled to see if there was any additional information. I know that there had been a couple of posts in nextdoor.com talking about multiple fireworks requests. What I can tell you is that we did research that. We know that we sent officers out on each of those requests, and that there was some information out in the public that that we were either turning down requests or telling people that we weren't responding. I had our dispatch manager listen to the tapes, and that's incorrect. To the best of our ability to dig in and find that information, we did send officers out on all of those. We had our fireworks task force folks following up on some of the incidents. And as you know, a lot of times the fireworks go off, we get there, everything is done and settled. And sometimes if there is some evidence left behind or some video, we can go back and take a look at that. And we are doing that. So we actually are conducting a few follow-up investigations related to fireworks complaints, but I don't have any information on any sites as of yet. Although I know that we are putting that information into our automated citation equipment so that we have the city ordinance readily at our disposal. So as of tonight, once everything is going with the permanent ordinance, that'll be in our citation equipment so that we can give those sites out. But there are some other criminal code sections for the possession of the more dangerous fireworks that we're still actively looking for. And as we ramp up, I'm sure the activity will be higher. And we'll provide some information, if you'd like, at the next council meeting with some data on response to fireworks complaints and any citations issued, arrests and seizures, et cetera.
That would be really great. And thank you so much. And I apologize that it was a last minute sort of thought with seeing this in front of us. So
well, I wish I could give you more information. We talked about it yesterday.
That was a lot of information. Thank you. And look forward to more of an update.
Thanks.
So that I support the ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Vice Mayor Nash, for bringing that up. K6, the repaving Willow Road. That was Vice Mayor Nash also. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And I understand that this was the contractor who had problems on Middle Avenue, as was pointed out in the staff report. And I'm just wondering if there have been any steps to make sure that this won't happen again, because it was disruptive on Middle Avenue. And if it happens on Willow Road, it'll be incredibly disruptive. So just, anyway, thank you, Mr. Lamb.
Yes, so thank you, Member Vice Mayor Nash. I think one thing that has staff more comfortable moving forward with this contractor is the quality of work on Middle Avenue in the repaving work that was done. Staff is very pleased with the quality of work that was done with the repaving. So we know that the contractor can do really good high quality work when they put their mind to it, and I think the city not backing down and accepting substandard work on Middle sets a precedent for the contractor on the work on Willow Road that we're not willing to accept substandard work. So we're applying additional resources for inspection on this project because it is such a highly trafficked corridor. So we're confident that the contractor will be able to perform.
Thank you.
Thanks for that question, Vice Mayor Nash. And then K7.
So on K7, I basically want to point out that because, well, until there's a community conversation, I will be voting no on anything to do with the additional police funds. I'm concerned that this is maybe furthering racial profiling. And I have had a conversation with the chief about this, and he firmly believes it will not. But basically, until we have a robust conversation about reimagining public safety with our community, I am concerned about further funding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Vice Mayor Nash. So then if I could have a motion to approve consent items K1, K2, K4, K5, and K6. And then we'll take up K7 separately. Vice Mayor Nash.
I move.
Okay, I'll second. We can't hear you, Judy. City Clerk Karen, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Nash and a second by Mayor Combs to approve the consent calendar, except items K3 and K7, and including edits to K1. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller.
Yes.
City Council Member Willison.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes.
Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And the motion passes 4-1 with City Council Member Taylor absent. Thank you.
I think City Clerk Karen. And you can stay on actually. So I'll make a motion to approve K7 and so you can call for a second.
So I do have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution number 6642, approving the application for fiscal year 2021-22 cannabis tax fund grant program. Grant funds in the amount of $376,662.02. Do we have a second? Confirming no second to adopt this resolution. Seeing none.
Okay, so then that okay, just really quickly then so that fails. To be clear, the city clerk shakes her head, stating the obvious. So that fails. All right, let's we move on to the public hearing. This public hearing is a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. The public hearing tonight is adopt resolution number 6639, overruling protest, ordering the improvements, and confirming the diagram, and ordering the levy and collection of assessments for landscaping assessment district for fiscal year 2021-22. Here to introduce the item is Assistant Engineer Esther Jung. Hi, Ms. Jung. Welcome.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Comb and members of council. I'm Esther Jung, Assistant Civil Engineer, and I'll be introducing the item on Landscape Assessment District. Next slide. The Landscape Assessment District collects funds to be used for the maintenance of city street trees, sidewalks damaged due to the street trees, as well as street sweeping. District was established in 1983 for the maintenance of street trees and was updated in 1990 to include an assessment for the repair of sidewalks damaged by street trees. For fiscal year 2021-2022, the engineer's report proposes a 3% increase for tree maintenance and a 3% increase for sidewalk maintenance. Annual action is required by the city to continue collection of assessment. Next slide. Every year we go through the three-step process outlined here. In January, the City Council initiated the Landscape Assessment District proceedings and adopted a resolution describing the improvements and directing the preparation of the engineer's report. On June 8th, 2021, the City Council adopted two resolutions, one giving preliminary approval of the engineer's report, and second was a resolution of intent to order the levy and collection of assessments. And tonight, the City Council is here to consider resolution overruling protests and ordering the levy and collection of assessments. And that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Junk, for the presentation. So I'm gonna open up the public hearing, and City Clerk Herron, can you call for public comments?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to comment on item L1, which is adopt a resolution number 6639, overruling protests, ordering the improvements, confirming the diagram, and ordering the levy of collection of assessments for Landscape Assessment District for fiscal years 2021-22, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Our first public comment is coming from Pamela Jones.
I'm a little embarrassed to be speaking again, but I can't help myself. And I have a question about the canopies and the cost of trimming city trees. If you live in an area that has a minuscule amount of city trees, but you're still taxed at the same rate as the rest of the city, how does that work? Kind of explain it to me how that makes any sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And our next speaker will be Mariah Roberts.
Hi, I'm just gonna, I'm kind of wondering the same thing as Mrs. Jones is asking. What is the full budget that's allocated for this project? And because I mean, my comment is possibly very out of place, but it just seems like, okay, I know we've adopted this Juneteenth proclamation and we're allocating this budget for all this like amazing landscaping and upkeeping of trees, et cetera. But where's the budget for, kind of combating racism in Menlo Park? Where's the budget for making sure that we all, can appreciate Menlo Park the same? It seems like we do not appreciate the people that work in Menlo Park. It's all good for them to come and work here, but they can't live here. And now it's getting to the point where the people that are not, venture capitalists, big tech, are being completely ran out of town. And so it's very insulting to hear all these like budgets for all these different things, but where's the budget for human life? Where's the budget for families of color to stay in Menlo Park or to move here or to even be attracted to being here? I am so flabbergasted by some of the insensitivity of Menlo Park, Silicon Valley in general. And in my opinion, if we don't all work together so that we all can, experience the good life, we will all keep suffering in all these various tragedies that keep happening. So let's stop with all this. Like, let's make all the trees happy. Let's find all the puppies and kittens. Let's make sure the coyotes don't get our dogs. Let's make sure the humans can survive in Menlo Park. It's not happening. And I don't see the city council, speaking up and, creating a space for Black folks to grow, let alone all folks of color and all folks that do not make $500,000 and up a year to live here. Let's check in to humanity. Where is the humanity, folks? And I'm saying this in my most humble, most respectful way. Because I'm one of the people that's suffering in Menlo Park. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Final call for any public comment on item L1, this evening's public hearing. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Heron. And so I will officially close the public hearing and bring it back to the council initially for clarifying questions. I'll sort of kick it off based on the public comment. Ms. Jung, how is it, are there sort of factors in which we have some understanding of like some areas of the city having, greater tree density, greater, public tree density, right? Okay, Ms. Nagaya, and thereby benefiting more from this project or these services versus other portions of the city of where there may be a dearth of public trees or trees in the public right of way, and thereby they're sort of subsidizing. I think I'm getting the concern, but if you heard something different, then certainly please feel free to also respond to that, because I think that's my assessment of the concern I heard in public comment, but it may not be completely accurate.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Combs. So Nikki Nagaya, the Public Works Director for the city, and I appreciate the comments tonight. I think definitely understand the feedback about the difference in canopy and then the impacts that the program may have across different areas of the city. So I did just want to take a small step back and give a little bit of context about what the program does and how the fees are assessed. So this is a parcel tax that is levied on every property owner in the city based on your zoning district and based on the improvements that are constructed in front of each parcel. So if you're a single family homeowner with sidewalks and a street tree, then you pay a certain assessment level. If you have only sidewalks and no street tree in front of your property, you do not pay for the tree assessment. So the tree assessment then is only applied to parcels that have trees planted in front of those properties. So that's how we kind of set up the program in order to make sure that those who don't have the benefit of the tree canopy in front of their home then don't pay for the maintenance of those trees either. So I think hopefully that addresses the question. The June 8th staff report where we introduced the item and presented the engineer's report has a detailed breakdown of the assessments for each parcel based on those zoning districts and the types of improvements that are present for each parcel.
So just so I can make sure I'm understanding because you talked about districts and then parcels, the assessments are parcel specific, correct? Okay, totally
yes,
correct.
That's correct. And it varies based on the zoning of your parcel. It's apologies, that was the district reference.
Okay, okay.
As well as the improvements constructed.
So in theory, there isn't a free rider problem, to use an economic term, right? Well, I'm sure there are free riders everywhere, but in theory, you guys have attempted to mitigate that with this is very individualized sort of assessment approach.
Yes, that's correct. And this is the structure that was approved by the voters when it was put out in the early 1980s when the original measure was put in place.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Nash, I saw your hand was up.
Yes, thank you. So I guess two comments. One is I actually learned today that in Bellhaven, there is only a 7% tree canopy. And so one of the things that means to me is that as a city, we could should try and do more to increase the number of trees in Bellhaven. As far as what do the trees do beyond for the individual property owner, the trees are a source of, they sequester carbon. And so they are one of the biggest parts of climate change, and what we can do with climate action is they passively help the environment with the carbon sequestration. In addition, they obviously provide the shade, which makes it much more comfortable, especially in these hot summer days, to be walking down any street. It's preferable to have the shade and be able to get out of the heat. They provide many benefits to wildlife and help the diversity of our of nature here. And there's many benefits that go to the community. And having said that, I think that it really does behoove us to try and get more trees in areas which have very low tree canopy, and do whatever we can as a city to do that. I know that Canopy is helping with that, and some of the 76 trees that came about with the El Camino redwoods being taken down have gone to Bellhaven. But I also think beyond that, whatever we can do as a city to promote tree canopy in throughout the Bayfront area and any other area that has a lower tree canopy is beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash, for that comment. It does lead to, and totally agree with everything that you said. But it does bring up the question for me. So obviously, part of the canopy is street trees or trees in the public right of way, and part of it is trees on private land. In Bellhaven, is it more a dearth of street trees or trees in the public right of way, or trees on private land, or is it both? Or is that something that we know at all? And either way, I think the Vice Mayor's point is it still stands. Like, we should do all we can to increase the tree canopy in Bellhaven. Full stop. No disagreement there. But I just want to sort of, for me, it would help to understand what is possible, the key reasoning behind that. Is it a lack of trees on private property? Or is it a lack of the trees in sort of the public right of way? And so that would be, and I'm not necessarily, if staff is not something that staff feels that they can specifically answer, that's totally fine. But I'll go back to the Vice Mayor and then to Councilmember Willison.
Thank you. Just along that line, and thrilled you brought it up. East Palo Alto right now is embarking on an and I wish I had it in front of me, but I think it's an urban canopy master plan. And I think it would be something that would be well worth doing within the city, so that first of all, it would give us data so that we can actually measure how we're doing with the heritage tree ordinance, and whether it's effectively maintaining and hopefully increasing the canopy across the city. And it would also help us know where we do have a dearth of trees and where we can do better, and just generally managing our tree canopy.
Councilmember Willison.
Thank you. And Ms. Nagaya, can you just clarify for me? Because I think I was having an aha moment about this being a parcel tax that was voted on. So is the structure of who gets charged what from that parcel tax vote that was done a while ago? So do we have any discretion even to move around the distribution of charges?
That's correct. So the initial landscape assessment district was put in place by a vote of the people in Menlo Park, of property owners in Menlo Park. And there are specific criteria that we have to meet each year in order to continue the program. And so the findings that you're making here tonight satisfy those requirements in order to enact the continuation of the funding, and then establish the program budget for next fiscal year. So there's some discretion in order to keep the program continuing, but it's fairly limited in nature in order to continue to satisfy the basic requirements of what was put in place. So like as an example, each year the city can escalate the amounts of the assessments up to the inflation level. And we traditionally over time have not increased the assessments to keep pace with inflation. So there's excess room to increase the assessments, but we're not proposing it and maximizing them in order to meet the program budget needs that we have in the year ahead. But that's one place where you have some discretion, the amount at which we assess the parcel taxes each year.
But the issue of what a single family home person pays or someone with a tree or without a tree, is that defined in the original parcel tax, the voter approved measure?
So we would have to go back and read the original measure text to confirm, but the amounts of the assessment and how they vary by property is what is defined in the engineer's report that was attached to the June 8th packet. So that's the place where the consultants look at the total cost of the program and allocate out the expenses based on who's benefiting from the program and what proportion of the program funding should be should be contributed by the city as a general benefit for the population that's not attributed to any one parcel. So there's a breakdown of the expenses across what the city contributes, what the property owners contribute through the tax rolls.
Okay. And then I'm sure we all are in agreement that more trees in Bellhaven and everywhere is a really good thing. So if there are any recommendations from staff, and it doesn't have to be now, for ways to increase that canopy, I know I would love to hear any ideas. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. We can certainly bring that back. I think just from a quick review of our street tree inventory across the city, most of the tree spots that we have along sidewalks and in the public right of way are full. There are some remaining spots that we could look at additional planting. But one of the things we typically hear as a barrier is related to the burden of watering the trees. So right now, the adjacent property owner is responsible to water the trees. And so particularly as we look ahead into potential drought conditions and water conservation measures being put in place, that's traditionally been a very big hurdle to having additional street tree planting in most of the neighborhoods in the city.
Thank you for those comments. One last question, and then I'll ask for the city clerk to state the motion. And so, Mr. Guy, are there some parcels that have,
I'll do it right
where the assessment is zero based on the zone they're in and they have no trees? Or is there a base, and if this was in the staff report and I missed it, my apologies, or is there a sort of base fee that at least every parcel has to pay no matter what?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Combs. There is a base fee for miscellaneous parcels as zero. What I'm not sure off the top of my head, we can certainly verify this, is how many parcels in the city meet that classification. So the lowest other charge for the assessment is for parcels without trees and without sidewalk improvements, and that's $15.19 per parcel, compared to upwards of $46 for sidewalk assessment for parcels that have improvements. So it gives you an idea of the difference.
Cool, thanks. Councilmember Mueller.
I'd just like to go ahead and move on this item, but I also need to request after we finish it that we go back to K7. Mr. Mayor, I missed your motion moving that forward, and I apologize for that. I was looking down at the time and just missed you say it, and then was confused how we ended up on L1 because I didn't hear K7 conclude. So if we could go back to that item after this, I'd appreciate it. But I actually, with this item, I'd like to just go ahead and move this item forward. If that would be, if there is a second to that. I see Councilmember Nash has a statement she'd like to make.
Okay, yeah, Vice Mayor Nash, please go, and then we'll have the city clerk state the motion, and we've got a first from Councilmember Mueller.
Thank you. I would be happy to second it. And then I just was wondering if someone has a street tree assessment that they don't believe is correct, how they would go about who they ask.
Great, thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. They can direct the questions to the Public Works Department, to me, and we can get them to the right staff to verify.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, City Clerk Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So I have a motion by City Council Member Mueller and a second by Vice Mayor Nash to adopt resolution number 6639, overruling protests, ordering the improvements, confirming the diagram, and ordering the levy and collection of assessments for landscaping assessment district for fiscal year 2021-22. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller.
Yes.
City Council Member Willison.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes.
Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And the motion passes with City Council Member Taylor absent.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk Karen. Okay, so then going back to K7 and Council Member Mueller, my apologies if I didn't handle that correctly to make sure everyone was clear what was happening. So Vice Mayor Nash expressed opposition to that, and so we separated that out from all the other items on the consent calendar. I had, and maybe I should have taken this to council discussion, but I just made a motion on it, and then didn't get and the city clerk came on and didn't get a second. And so we moved on, but I'm happy to make another if there, but seeing as how there wasn't a second, and then maybe there would have been if not for you, I am also open to just having a brief council discussion on this item very quickly. So just so we're kind of clear, and state where we're at, irrespective of how this ends. And obviously, the Vice Mayor has said that, of course, she can reshare. But yeah. So with that, Councilmember Mueller, I'll acknowledge you.
Thank you. So I actually do support accepting this grant, and while I respect where the Vice Mayor is coming from, at some point, I have to believe we are going to bring back traffic officers. I mean, I unless my colleagues are telling me that they believe we never will bring back traffic officers, I don't know why we wouldn't accept a grant that would pay for that. And candidly, I think the program is actually a good program. I mean, to the extent that my colleagues are concerned about racial bias, that doesn't mean we're going to get rid of policing. It means that we're going to take steps to go ahead and we have taken steps in the collection of data that we're starting to implement to go ahead and see if that is, to see what the incidence rate of that is, and maybe, not is, but maybe. And so, but to the extent, why would we not accept the money for a grant that we have applied for successfully that will pay for policing efforts? And by the way, by taking the grant and taking the dollars for that grant,
that means that there'll be dollars available to do other things that I'm sure my colleagues want to do. such as the community service officers and other things that I candidly think we should have gotten last time, which all those officers who don't carry guns. So I think this is something that we should be doing. $376,662 is not a small amount of money to say we're not going to accept, and to say that we're not going to accept it because we expect we're going to have a meeting a month from now, we're going to give up a full year's budget for 2 officers, I don't think makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. In the staff report, there's specific requirements for when you accept the money of what you have to do. Perhaps Chief Norris could discuss this, but my concern is that it will require that that we may have more traffic stops, that there will be there is a greater possibility of additional racial profiling in those traffic stops. And it is not just having the conversation, I am concerned about what this does. And also, I guess, since Chief Norris is here, I'm wondering if this is, well, let me please first hear what you're saying. Thank you.
So there is, so the grant that is proposed before you adds the traffic enforcement back into our program as a specific part of the policing program here at Menlo Park PD. It does not change in any way the current practice of our officers on traffic stops, which includes extensive training in awareness of bias and in fair and equitable policing and constitutional policing of all types. It does increase what would be an education and enforcement campaign in an area in traffic that has more complaints coming from the community than any other type of activity that is reported to the police in this city, just as it is in almost every city. It gives us an opportunity to provide a more strategic response to traffic complaints of all types. There is currently nothing to indicate that our officers are involved in any type of prolific racial profiling. And, you know, quite honestly, I'm surprised that it's brought up that way. That being said, officers in this department are going to take every effort to be fair and equitable with every single traffic stop that they make, and that this funding would allow us to re-engage a traffic program that currently is eliminated. And it would provide our officers with an opportunity for more variety, which is something that they're asking for as a morale issue. It would also provide at least some glimmer of encouragement from our local government that says that they have some degree of confidence in our officers and in our police department to provide public safety. And anything less than that would be very disappointing. And I have to just be brutally honest with that. But this program itself, it just reinitiates a traffic program that was professionally done before. And I'm hoping that we will be able to professionally bring it back.
Thank you, Chief Norris, for those comments. I'll make a comment, and then there is a public hand that's raised, and so I will reopen public comment on this item. What I want to say is that with regards to the traffic unit, it was discontinued as a result of budget issues. And that was one of the cuts that we made as a council. The decision was solely, as I remember it, based on a concern about revenue shortfalls. And those revenue shortfalls definitely materialized. I remember after that vote and that decision, there were other stakeholders in the community that very specifically said that the Menlo Park City Council was taking a defund the police posture. And I pushed back really hard on that and said that no, that was very much not the case. What was the case was that we were an organization seeing a pretty significant decrease in our revenue. And what we did was we made a decision that like no departments were sacred cows. And there were cuts made across the entirety of the city government and including public safety. But then as we come to this discussion about funding or providing funds for those efforts, in this case, the traffic unit, again, I don't see, and the funding situation is a lot brighter than it was. I don't see then how we can say that we're not going to then restart those programs without saying that it is, in fact, a defund police posture, because there's no other reason than to not, again, provide that funding. In this case, it really is like free money for at least 1 year. And so that's where my concern lies, that again, I was one of the people who said very much that no, what we are doing is we're making budget decisions here, and not taking a defund police posture. And I very much and 100% believe that. And that's how I acted. And so for me, it's hard to then sort of sit here and say that, yeah, if at the end of the day, the city council, a majority decides that like, we're not going to accept this funding and we're not going to support restarting the traffic enforcement unit. Again, based on this conversation, which in all transparency has been delayed as I, as mayor, deal with people's schedules, and making sure that it is that again, given all that council has to do, looking that some people are out for summer, and it's one of those scenarios where we all have to be here for that discussion, and that has delayed that. And my apologies if my sort of meeting management or schedule management has not been as good as it should be, and that we should have had this conversation earlier. We did want to get through the budget before we took that on, and now we're going to have to push it back a little bit because of schedules, just making sure everyone's schedule aligns. But all that being said, again, I would just sort of reiterate what Councilmember Mueller said. I don't see a future in which we say we're never bringing back traffic enforcement, or specifically a traffic enforcement unit. I don't see a future in which we say, oh, we're never bringing back community resource officers. So if the funding picture at this moment has cleared up, then I do think we need to start making those decisions to bring those services and bring those units back. I'll go to the Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Mueller, and then I'll go to public comment.
Thank you. A couple thoughts. First of all, yes, I hear a lot about traffic, and I am very concerned about traffic and making sure that we do as much as we can for traffic. This to me is not a defund the police, and please do not put words in my mouth about that, anyone. I'm not saying that anyone did. I'm just saying, as people are thinking about this, I do support our police department. I support the chief. I do want to have a conversation at the city, with our community. Having said that, I am going to jump ahead to item, anyway, the COPS funding, which is we are getting to later in regular session. And as I spoke with the city manager about yesterday, I actually I do not have a problem with accepting the COPS, the funding there. I do not want to have it allocated at this point until after we have a discussion, but I'm not against funding the police. I have strong concerns about with this cannabis money, well, I guess one question that I was going to ask before is, what is our issue with cannabis? Are we having issues with cannabis, people driving under the influence with cannabis? Is it something that is an issue? I am concerned that it's not just free money. I am concerned that there actually are requirements that will distract us from what I see as the real traffic issues across town. Thank you.
Chief, and then Councilmember Mueller.
I'll briefly speak to that. And the Vice Mayor and I had a brief conversation about this earlier in the week. This money comes from cannabis tax, yes. The cannabis issue itself is not the primary motivator for us to have a resurgence of our traffic unit that will help with community issues that are constantly reported to us regarding traffic, as you heard in public comment today. And there is a part of this that has to do with education on driving under the influence of all types, and an emphasis on checking people for influence in both in our regular traffic stops, which I just need to explain that when a police officer makes a traffic stop, drug influence or alcohol influence is one of the many things that they inquire about on almost every single traffic stop. Whether they're overtly asking the question, which happens on weekend evenings, have you had anything to drink, or have you are you under the influence of any kind of prescription or other medications, drugs? Those questions happen sometimes in the evening hours. But other than that, that is something that officers are evaluating in the physical stature of every individual that they make contact with. And that has nothing to do with any type of profiling, and that has nothing to do with any reasons that they're making those traffic stops in the first place. That is part of the interactive process when a police officer is talking to a driver who they have contacted for some type of vehicle code violation, or in the case of the other part of this grant, if there is some type of checkpoint activity where we're just making contact with drivers, we're educating them about the dangers of driving under the influence and other potential vehicle code issues that cause collisions, and checking them for any type of influence. Those are the conditions under which we would check for this. And I think that part of the conversation that we had earlier this week had to do with, are we going to be targeting anybody specifically when we make these traffic stops because we have this emphasis on drug influence behind the funding? And the answer to that is absolutely not. So there is an education piece that goes with this that's part of it. There is the checking of influence that happens on every traffic stop that is part of an officer's regular routine. And then what this funding is actually approved for, in as one of many ways it's approved, is for the fact that we have not had a traffic unit and that we had to downsize and reduce this unit. That was part of the grant application, and one of the reasons that we wanted to use this funding and help bring that back. So I don't know if that answers your question, Vice Mayor, but that's kind of where we're at in terms of influence. There is nothing that we would be doing to target anyone or in any type of a biased way stop anyone as a result of this funding.
Thank you, Chief Norris. I'm going to go to the city manager before Councilmember Mueller.
So I just wanted to follow up on a comment that Vice Mayor Nash made. So there are, my understanding is there are two different types of timing on these two separate grants. So for the SLESF COPS grant, you do not need to make a decision tonight. We'll still receive the funding. If the council elects not to accept the grant for the marijuana cannabis grant, I think we will lose the funding. We can apply again in a future year, but I don't think we'll be eligible for the funding if we do not accept it tonight.
Thank you, City Manager Jerome Robinson. But before I go to Councilmember Mueller, I just want to say, I certainly, first of all, Vice Mayor Nash, I completely respect your position and where you're coming from. And I know it's coming from a position of concern. specifically for people of color in in our community. And so I certainly don't mean to put words in your mouth. But I will say, for me, like when those stakeholders who came to me and said that, like, oh, the council is taking a defund police posture, and my response was like, no, we were making budget cuts. I think I would personally now have trouble going back to them in pushing back as strongly as I did that time, because of the stance we've sort of moved to recently. But just wanted to make that clear, but completely do respect and know, again, that your position comes from a position of concern about people in our community. Councilmember Mueller and Vice Mayor Nash, and then I do really want to go to public comment on this item.
And thank you for that, Mayor Combs and Vice Mayor Nash. I do respect where you're coming from on this as well. But like Mayor Combs, I actually have heard from communities of color, from residents in our community who have indicated that they appreciate the position I've taken with respect to policing. And specifically on this issue, this is not, so for me, as I look at this issue, a cannabis tax is the funding source, as the chief pointed out. However, this is really about traffic enforcement. And part of that is looking for people who are under the influence. Yes, but I think that's an important part of traffic enforcement. We have, as a council, pushed very hard to get people onto bikes and using multimodal transit, including our kids, on multiple streets at all times of the day. And as that traffic is increasing now, and guess what? People are starting to have a good time together now. They're starting to enjoy drinks together downtown at each other's friends' houses and getting to see each other again. I actually think it's important that we have officers who are paying attention to whether people are swerving. And I think, you know, for years, Mothers Against Driving, Students Against Driving, there are lots of organizations who wanted this type of enforcement, who wanted this traffic enforcement. And we have lots of people we are putting out, we're saying, get out there, walk, bike, you know, and some of that's taking place in the street. We have an obligation to protect them with services. And this is what's great about this is money, as the chief, as Mayor Combs has pointed out, that's coming to us, so we don't have a funding issue anymore. We can go ahead and we can meet that need for our residents and provide that level of public safety protection to them when they use those facilities. And so that's why I think this is important. And I do think we need to have the community conversation. And I look forward to hearing from the chief how he wants to go ahead and talk about how he envisions policing going into the future. But I don't think we can put our obligations to the public with respect to our public safety needs now on hold. And I think this is a pressing need now. I think traffic enforcement and traffic safety offers are a pressing need now. And especially the very item that we're talking about here, the reason why we have this grant and the reason why cannabis tax, frankly, why the cannabis tax applies to grants like this is because we legalized marijuana in California. So people can use it a lot more easily and readily. And guess what? There are more people who potentially are driving under the influence. So that's why it's a funding source, but it's not just for marijuana. It's also for anything that could impair driving. So I think it's important to protect our kids who we said, get out there and use those bike lanes.
Vice Mayor Nash.
First of all, thank you, Mayor Combs and Councilmember Mueller, for your comments. I do appreciate them. A question for the chief. Are we able to use these funds on prevention and reaching out to youth and working with them to catch them before they get behind the wheel? And in other words, not to do something that's more prevention, community oriented.
100% yes. And not only is that something that we are willing to or capable of doing, but that is something that is part and parcel with the requirements of this grant. The grant it requires that we spend a significant amount of time doing education to the public. We will be doing some of that with some of the other traffic concerns. And as Councilmember Mueller pointed out, and as I'm sure that the council knows, among 100 similar cities statewide, we are very, very low on our safety with regards to pedestrian accidents with the very young and the very old, and vehicle versus bicycle accidents. And so we do want to emphasize those things as well. But the ability of this department to provide education to the public, preventative education, especially to our younger public, about the dangers of driving under the influence, and especially driving under the influence of drugs that they may be getting into, is absolutely part of this.
And do you, very honestly, I see that as something very positive with this money. I still have great concerns, and I'm not for the traffic portion of it. And because of my concerns about the, well, as I've stated before, I guess, let me think about it. Thank you.
Sure. Let's go to City Clerk Karen. Let's call for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So this time we are going to be reopening public comment for item K7, adopt resolution number 6642, approving the application for fiscal year 2021-22 Cannabis Tax Fund Grant Program grant funds in the amount of $376,662.02. Our first speaker will be Mariah Roberts.
Hello, everyone, Menlo Park overall. So my, I should probably apologize for my filibuster-esque approach to educate and highlight inclusion in our community. But I do believe, and I should also back up and say that I truly believe in Chief Norris, what he can add to our community, what he's adding to our community, and he's a solid chief, in my opinion. But what I don't understand is when you look at the crime stats in Menlo Park and what we're asking for, it doesn't add up. And what is extremely confusing to me, and I'm low-key ashamed to say this, is our mayor is Black. Our mayor is African-American, and he does not represent African-Americans overall in Menlo Park. And the fact that he supports putting money first towards this effort, which, categorically, policing in America has been a downfall to Black folks in America. And the fact that he is, supporting this effort opposed to putting this money or even putting an amount of this money towards the needs of who's truly suffering in our community is heartbreaking for me. Moreover, look at all the Black men and women that have been harshly punished for cannabis. So you want to return this money to the police so that they could, do all these traffic stops. The data I see right now is not saying we are in need of all this training and all these things in Menlo Park. It's not a high crime area. In my opinion, our mayor is appealing to white fragility. Our mayor is appealing to, we don't have that many businesses left in downtown Menlo Park. So, when I look at what Ray says and what Drew says, it seems out of touch. It seems alarmist. If our biggest issue is traffic, then I should go right now sign up for looking for kittens in Menlo Park, which clearly is a big issue, but it's not a pressing, first world issue. So I would like to wrap up by saying, we really need to look at institutional racism. Our mayor does not see it because he's not been affected by it. He's been afforded privileges that some Black folks have not been afforded. But the problem is we are in Menlo Park. Everyone here that happens to have melanin in their skin does not live this venture capitalist Facebook, Amazon, Google working life. If we want to keep Black folks here, we need to do something about it and not keep making excuses. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Jason Alarvia.
Yes, thank you, City Council.
Yes, we
Traffic
can hear you. Thank you.
enforcement. Okay, yeah, traffic enforcement should already be highly on the top and priority list. You would think that the traffic enforcement and safety of the streets of Menlo Park would be already allocated adequately. These are funds that can be used for more servicing and protecting the community in a more constructive way, I feel. So just reallocate the budget that's already there in place for traffic enforcement instead of trying to pour more money into traffic enforcement when, you know, there's what, maybe one accident a day. And as far as like education and the police department providing a service of educating the youth, I think I think Menlo Park is doing pretty well in that area with the school system. So I think those funds should definitely should be more properly used with the more pressing issues that we have when it comes to law enforcement reform. Law enforcement reform is so important at this point. Making sure that our officers are being officers and not overseers. Making sure that the screening process for officers is top notch so that we can avoid any of these issues that we continue to have in our society. So I just feel that, to wrap it up, I think the grant money should be utilized in a more constructive way when it comes to law enforcement reform and servicing the community where it's definitely needed. It's just not a high crime community. So, and the streets, I mean, yeah, you have a accident here and there, but really let's utilize the funds in a more constructive way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public comment comes from Phil MPK.
Okay, hello, City Council. First of all, I think it's up to the City Council if they want to put this back on and the consent calendar and then approve it. So with that said, my opinion of this, it sounds really good to get money for traffic, but what I heard from Vice Mayor Nash earlier was she was for it in concept, but she just wanted to put it and roll it into this concept of reimagining the police and how that all fits in. So that's my comment on this, is that I think it's part of a bigger thing. And so to resolve this in 10 minutes is impossible. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public speaker will be Karen Grove.
Thank you. So I want to point out that there was a comment about racial profiling, and Chief Norris said we don't have a problem with that. We actually do. And I know Chief Norris is new, and I would prefer to say this one-on-one, but since you guys are discussing this, I think it's useful information for the conversation. The open data portal data shows that of citations between 2016 and 2018, those that listed the individual's race, which was all but 2%, 31% were given to white individuals, and 69% were given to non-white individuals. 40% to Black and Hispanic individuals alone. But in contrast, the population of Menlo Park is exactly the opposite, 70% white and 30% non-white. So I think that indicates that we have a problem with racial profiling. I don't think that makes us any worse than anyone else in the world, because we are all steeped into a culture of racial profiling, but I think we need to be honest about it and acknowledge it. Regarding the money, I think we should take the money, and we should not increase. I mean, I think we can take the money and agree that we're still going to reimagine public safety, and we're not going to use this grant funding to de facto increase traffic officers if that's not what we end up deciding to do. Because if we take this money and we use it to fund officers we were already going to fund, then that's $360,000 that we can use to address homelessness. I mean, we have so many things we can use the money for. So I would just encourage you to figure out how we're going to use this money rather than whether or not we should take the money. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on item K7. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thanks, City Clerk Heron. So I am I don't know that responding to the ad hominem attack against me sort of takes us in anywhere or gets us anywhere or sort of delving into my own personal life story, which very much does include being the target of discrimination throughout my life. Although I do also recognize that I certainly have benefited from privileges, but yeah, I think I'll leave that there. I don't think it takes us anywhere for me to respond to that. I'm going to go to Councilmember Willison, since she hasn't spoken yet on this item, and then go to Councilmember Mueller, and then I will ask that someone make a motion, and we can see where we're at.
Okay, actually, I want to start with a question, and this might be for Chief Norris, it might be for Dan Jacobson with the budget, or Starla Jerome Robinson, but the money. So can you explain with the budget what happens if we take the money versus we don't take the money? So if we take the money, does that mean that the police department gets an additional $375,000 in their budget? Or does it mean that they get that budget and then the $375,000 that would have gone to the police is now in the general fund? So I would appreciate some clarification around that. Because my understanding is this is not adding any head count. It's still requiring some rejiggering of the police staff. But I think that would help just to understand the money part.
So I'll start off, but others will correct me if I'm wrong here. You are correct that it does not add headcount in this budget. The funding, the grant funding would be added to the police department's budget, which would free up, if you will, the same amount in the general fund.
So it's not so that the $376,000 that would have gone from the general fund to policing now stays in the general fund. It's not that the police are now going to get $800,000 or like 376 plus 376.
Right, or it could replace ARPA funding or general fund funding in the overall budget.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. I first want to say thank you to all the public commenters and for my council colleagues. I've been listening intently to this discussion. I also want to thank Chief Norris for his demeanor in discussing this challenging topic. A couple things. One is I was actually not on council when the council made really difficult budget cuts last year that included policing. And there is another element that was taking place during those conversations, and they were kind of happening in tandem. And I don't know if you guys remember where it was a year ago, but we had so much going on in the world. And it wasn't just the pandemic and budgets, but there was also the murder of George Floyd, and the conversation and awakening around policing kind of emerged at the same time that cuts were happening to the budget. And so as someone who is concerned about policing in America and who also listened in to Ms. Grove's points about to the town halls where there were community members, I just think we need a reminder that called in and kind of testified about some of their experiences in Menlo Park, kind of reinforcing that this isn't just kind of a national problem about policing, but there might actually be some local piece to this, that the cutting of the budget to the police also seemed to kind of potentially dovetail with this reimagining conversation that was happening, with this understanding that once that around this time, and to Mayor Combs' point, this reimagining conversation would take place, and it might just take a little longer to get us going. So I wanted to point out that I've been thinking a lot about policing in Menlo Park and policing in general, and I know that I value having police officers. If something really, really bad happens, they show up and they help our community. I mean, if there was a scary situation on my street and I didn't know if I was safe, I would call the police. I do know, so in that sense, we need the police. I do know that there are some people potentially in some neighborhoods in our community that wouldn't feel safe making that same phone call to the police. And so while I think police is good, I think there's some baggage around the police. There's some inequitable or different people have different experiences with the police. And I think we all just don't want the bad outcomes that we see either nationally or, as was noted on some of those town hall calls, locally. And so what we need is just we need to have this conversation about policing, and we need to have it soon because this obviously continues to bubble up. So to cut to the chase, given the dollar amount conversation I just had with the city manager, I'm comfortable accepting this grant money. I appreciate that Chief Norris is able to make do with the fewer staff members that we are approving at this point, because if you remember, we did not approve 4 positions on June 8th, and tonight we're going to be voting on that. We'll see how that goes. But that to not accept this money to me seems just not something that I think is the right move right now. I do think this just again highlights this need to have this conversation. I hope our schedules align so that we can have it sooner than later. And my understanding is that, and this might come up with the budget conversation, is that the reimagining work is accounted for in the budget, that we don't need to appropriate any more money for that conversation to happen. So can I just get it, since this way I can avoid asking this question during the budget conversation, but Chief Norris or Starla or Ms. Joan Robinson, can you just confirm that we're all teed up for this reimagining and that no more kind of work needs to happen to have that take place other than our schedules?
Yes, yes, definitely. And we intended to have it on the July 13th meeting, the kickoff. I don't think it's a one and done interaction, but the kickoff was scheduled for July 13th. But as I'll explain later, we have to reschedule that meeting. So
okay. So after my long spiel, I actually am going to make a motion that we go ahead and accept this money. And that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison, and I'll acknowledge Councilmember Mueller. I will just add one element to your timeline, which was great and perfect. The one element is that, and then during that period, we also lost the police chief, and so that is one of the issues that also delayed this conversation, and that there was a decision that we definitely should have the actual a permanent leader in place, and that would make it most effective. And so, but yes, as someone who was there, your synopsis was spot on. Councilmember Mueller.
Mayor Combs, and I would say though I do believe that there was not an effort to defund the police during that budget process, and I feel fairly confident, having heard what you indicated this evening, Mayor Combs, and knowing my former colleague, Councilmember Carlton, there wasn't an effort to defund the police. There were decisions. There was certainly an effort to discuss what was happening in terms of what the future of policing looked like and to address these issues. But there was not an effort to defund the police. There were decisions made about budgeting impacts. Just real quickly to address public comment, I actually am not going to thank all the public commenters, and I am going to address the ad hominem attack because I found it disgusting. We have freedom of speech in political in the political venue, and I respect freedom of speech. But when someone attacks a colleague like that and uses race as a weapon in a way that I think was frankly disgusting and deplorable. And I'll tell you, I can say that this weekend I was with members of our Black community in Menlo Park who feel exactly the same way as our mayor. And for that to have been said in public comment in that way toward him was deplorable. With respect to the public comment that money should be allocated toward this effort already, toward traffic, I agree. Money should be allocated toward our traffic enforcement already. It is currently not. And this grant makes it possible to do so. And without the grant, I'm not sure we would be doing so at this time. And I completely am very grateful for Ms. Grove's comments that we can move forward and then still have the discussion about reimagining policing. And I appreciate those, appreciate Councilmember Wilson's motion, and at this time would second it.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. First of all, I also want to just comment that I appreciate your leadership, Mayor Combs, and everything you bring to the council. I guess I'm wondering, I would feel comfortable voting for the grant if the education component is larger than the enforcement component. And I don't know how to go about doing that. That is, I remain concerned about the enforcement component, but I appreciate that we can use it for more than enforcement. And I also appreciate Councilmember Willison clarifying how the funding works. So I'm wondering if Chief Norris could, if there's anything that can be stated as far as how this funding will be used, and that there will be a strong education component with the funding.
I know that we had some proposed percentages of time dedicated to the different components of education, enforcement, et cetera. I don't have right in front of me what those proportions are, but I can give you my assurance that there will be a strong emphasis on education. We know the benefits of providing good education to our public, and the fact that we can kind of tie together education for the purpose of this grant with education for some of the other traffic issues which are significant for this city, to the greatest degree that we can within the constraints of this grant. We will provide education to the max that we can provide.
And I guess my one request would be that it focuses as much as possible on prevention.
Absolutely. Yes, the focus So the focus for all of the drug and alcohol part of this will be on prevention. It will be positive messaging across multiple media platforms. It will be education and community meetings, and it will be about preventative education.
Thank you.
Okay, City Clerk Karen, we have a first and second.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Give me just one brief moment. I did have a hand raise in the attendee list for public comment. Did you want to reopen public comment, or do you want me to take the vote?
No, we're not going to reopen public comment. Let's take the
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, so at this time, I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Willison and a second by City Council Member Mueller to adopt a resolution number 6642 approving the application for fiscal year 2021-22 Cannabis Tax Fund Grant Program, grant funds in the amount of $376,662.02. Any further City Council question or discussion?
Vice Mayor Nash.
I'm wondering if it's possible to include education and prevention in the motion.
I could add prioritizing education and prevention.
If that's acceptable to the motion makers, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
May I ask a clarification question of the chief, Mayor Combs?
Sure.
Chief Norris, would the proposed amendment cause any issue for the police department in terms of its application?
I'm sorry, can you clarify that?
Is the proposed amendment what is the effect of the proposed amendment that Vice Mayor Nash is proposing?
So for the emphasis on prevention and preventative education, I don't think that there's a problem for the purpose of this grant.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have no issue with the motion.
Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller,
Yes.
City Council Member Willison,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Combs,
Yes.
and the motion passes with City Council Member Taylor absent. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So we'll take our dinner break now and return at 8:50. Right. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, we ask that the City Council members disengage all webcams and microphones and only engage your webcams when you return. Thank you. Welcome back. Having a quorum of the City Council back on our virtual dais. Mayor Combs, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So we'll go now to the regular business portion of our meeting. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The first item under regular business is M1, approve resolutions adopting the fiscal year 2021-22 budget and capital improvement plan and appropriating funds, establishing the appropriations limit for fiscal year 2021-22, establishing a consecutive temporary tax percentage reduction in the utility users tax rates through September 30th, 2022, establishing the salary schedule effective June 20th, 2021, and establishing citywide salary schedule effective July 4th, 2021. Here to introduce the item is Assistant Administrative Services Director Dan Jacobson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Give me just a second to pull up my presentation. It's fairly brief today, given that this is the final milestone in budget adoption. So this is the final milestone for the fiscal year 2021-22 budget prior to the actual beginning of the fiscal year, though. Again, that disclaimer that I frequently cite, that the budget is a living document, and staff fully anticipates that there will be a number of amendments throughout the year. So fairly brief agenda today. We'll cover a summary of the budget changes, largely those which were directed by City Council on the June 8th meeting during the public hearing. We'll go over the enabling resolutions, which the mayor just read through, and then take any final City Council direction and adoption. So just very briefly, the requested direction before City Council tonight is to provide any additional direction for changes to the proposed budget. There were one or two items which didn't appear to have clear consensus one way or another from the City Council. So the City Council may direct those changes at their discretion tonight, or adopt the budget as proposed currently. Or any additional actions that are identified tonight to the extent that they are scoped and can be incorporated into the budget. So to do that, that includes a number of resolutions. Number 6633 adopts the fiscal year 21-22 budget, the capital improvement plan, and does appropriate funds. The funds by fund, the dollar amounts by fund are outlined in the staff report and in the exhibit attached to that resolution. 6634 establishes the appropriations limit, which is a California government code requirement. 6635 continues the temporary tax percentage reduction for utility users taxes. This was previously adopted during last year's budget cycle. The maximum length for that is 12 months, and that one will expire on September 30th of 2021 unless renewed. And then the last two are establishing salary schedules. So there are two changes here. One is effective June 20th and one is effective July 4th. So quickly working through the summary of changes, these will mostly highlight the changes that were directed by City Council at the June 8th meeting, though there are one or two sort of clerical things to point out as well. So the proposed fiscal year 21-22 budget after City Council direction at the public hearing includes a balanced general fund budget. Those amounts are $61.49 million in revenues and resources and $61.49 million expenditures and requirements. This results in a $0 either surplus or deficit, so it is a perfectly balanced budget. And it does include a transfer from the American Rescue Plan Act Fund of $2.91 million. One change to highlight there is that the American Rescue Plan Act Fund is a newly created special revenue fund. Staff is working with the evolving guidance on the American Rescue Plan Act Fund, and it was determined that those needed to be a special revenue fund rather than where they previously were incorporated into the one-time revenue fund. So working through the changes that were directed at the June 8th meeting. So these are tier 1 enhancements. These are the ones that were proposed by staff. The only one that was not included from the staff ones was number 6, which is emergency preparedness collaboration with the Menlo Park Fire Protection District. And so these are, there were one or two changes here. The economic development management one was a change directed by council at the time. That was a slightly different proposal at the time. And increased capacity for transportation capital projects was also a change directed by City Council at the June 8th meeting. The other changes which have been incorporated into,
Mr. Jacobson, the Vice Mayor has a question.
my apologies.
No worries.
Do you mind getting questions midstream like this?
No, not at all.
Thank you. So my recollection was that the sustainability staff capacity, we actually had a council additional, the council approved an additional headcount so that it actually was going to be 2 FTEs.
So thank you, Vice Mayor. That was certainly the notes that we had from it were that council was interested in up to 2 full-time equivalents, but given that that hadn't been fully scoped, what that second FTE would look like, there hasn't been time to handle what that additional FTE would do, nor what position that would be. So the recommendation would be to bring that back as a mid-year amendment once that scoping is done for the climate action plan implementation.
I mean, maybe we could discuss this as part of at the end. Thank you.
So also included in Tier 1 in the transmittal letter for the budget were those directed by City Council. So these were given reference numbers CC1 through 3. These were rental and mortgage assistance outreach, eviction and incidental assistance, and small business relief, and the costs that were directed by City Council at the public hearing. So those ones have been incorporated into the Tier 1 just through the transmittal letter if you are looking for the narrative associated with those. In Tier 2, there were a couple that were.
Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, can you go back to the previous slide on the CCs? It looked like on the staff report chart that the eviction and incidental assistance was the 0.25 and the small business was the 0.125. Can you clarify which?
I will have to double check that. I can do that as soon as the presentation's done, but I can't look at both of them at the same time.
I bet you could. You have magic ways. Okay, that's fair. Thanks.
Okay, but I will certainly return to that and clarify. Okay, so moving on to the Tier 2 options, there were 4 originally proposed, reference numbers 9 through 12. 2 were not directed by City Council. Those were the community-oriented civilian safety personnel and long-term traffic solutions. The 2 that were directed for inclusion were enhanced police record keeping and restoration of library and community services programs. One item to note here is there was a change during the public hearing for reference number 12 that reduced the FTE count for that one and removed the library and community services manager. So that's reflected here. Under the Tier 3 options, both of these were originally proposed and directed by City Council on June 8th. And then the remaining options are, and just a little bit of context here, the gymnastics program delivery options. We did understand that City Council was interested in bringing those programs back. Rather than doing a study as was initially proposed in the proposed budget that was available for the public hearing. So we do understand that the desire is to bring those back more expeditiously, but the actual timeline of that will require a little bit of analysis on staff's side. That is anticipated to be complete during the summer of 2021. So that is underway, but the cost and full-time equivalent requirements for those are not yet known. And then the last item, the restoration of holiday lighting at city parks. This was one item where staff did not understand there to be clear direction to either include or exclude this. So it is a pending option. It is not included in the proposed budget as is available right now. And then there are 2 items that were not included. Those are budgeting for lower than expected investment returns by CalPERS and restoration of safe routes to schools. So those were all expenditure items. And then on the revenue or resource side, there are a number of options available for City Council. The resource options are the American Rescue Plan Act funds. Those Staff understands that the allocation to the city will be approximately $8.3 million. Under the revenue backfill model, the limit usable in fiscal year 21-22 is actually larger than that amount. So any amount that the city council directs can be used under the revenue backfill model or for direct purposes such as the previously mentioned city council ones. So a portion of the American Rescue Plan Act funds were used, but more are available at City Council direction. Items which were not included but are available if City Council desires to revisit them are excess ERAF, for which there would be up to $1.81 million available if there were 100% assumption on that rather than the traditional 50%. And then utility users tax temporary rate lapse. If that temporary rate reduction were allowed to lapse, that would create approximately $3 million available revenue, additional revenue above what is included in the budget if those return to the maximum 2.5% or 3.5%, depending on the utility category. The proposed budget does include a transfer of $2.91 million. That is from the American Rescue Plan Act fund. That is the amount which was necessary to balance the general fund budget. So that is why that number was arrived at, and that was understanding the City Council's direction to use those funds in order to ensure that the operating budget in the general fund was balanced. And then so just a note here, given that there are pending options and there may be additional direction by City Council tonight, any changes that happen during the budget adoption process do require an accompanying resource. So those are the resource options identified are several of them. The last one would be fund balance. But for any changes that increase expenditures, there does need to be an identified accompanying resource in order to not imbalance the general fund. And then so working through some of the procedural elements, I'll work through the enabling resolutions that are before City Council tonight. So the first one, 6633, this is the one that adopts the budget. It appropriates funds so that expenditures can be made. There are just a couple of items which differ from not the prior year, but several years in the past. One is to authorize changes directed by the City Council during adoption. So any direction that staff receives tonight does not need to return to the City Council as long as there is clear majority support for one. And then just as, for transparency's sake, this resolution does authorize payments which exceed the city manager's signing authority limit, but up to the budget amount. So it will not exceed budget, but does allow payments toward those things which are toward these specific categories. So these are ongoing categories which regularly exceed the city manager's limit. The next resolution, 6634, it establishes the appropriations limit at $71.23 million. This does meet the California Government Code requirements and is a requirement that the appropriations limit must be adopted. The appropriations limit calculations are based on the prior year limit, which was $67.93 million, and it includes a population and inflation adjustment, which are provided by the state. And then in that, the city calculates the proceeds of taxes subject to this limit. So in that are $49.44 million. And then the difference between the appropriations limit and the proceeds of taxes subject to the limit is the $21.79 million below the limit. While the appropriations limit itself will not change, the $71.23 million is not. That one is set by the calculations there. The proceeds of taxes subject to the limit could change, which would then change the amount below the limit, though there's really no way that the city would exceed the limit in this current fiscal year or for the foreseeable future. The next resolution, 6635, is the continuing reduced rate for utility users tax. This does have a 12-month duration as the maximum length, and that's why it comes before council each year. The rate has been set for a number of years at 1% for all categories, though the Menlo Park Municipal Code does specify 2.5% to 3.5% depending on utility category. And the previous temporary reduction expires on September 31st of this year if this resolution is not adopted. And then those rates would go back to the maximum if this continuing temporary reduction were not approved. The last two resolutions, 6636 and 6637, are for salary schedule. So these set the schedule pay for all regular classifications citywide. The first one, the effective date of June 20th, 2021, implements an agreement with several of the city's bargaining units, which deferred previously agreed upon cost of living adjustments based on the effects of the pandemic in an attempt to help balance the city's budget. That agreement specified those cost of living adjustments to come into effect on one of two triggers, one being the return of transient occupancy tax, which has not been realized yet, or the last pay period in the current fiscal year, and that is why the date is set at June 20th. The second one, 6637, with an effective date of July 4th, 2021, is due to an agreement with the Police Sergeants Association. So these are the police supervisors unit, and that does include an increase in differential. And so the salary schedule effective on the 4th does incorporate that differential into that. And then it also adds the planning manager classification, which is an unrepresented division manager, and so will align with other unrepresented division manager classifications for the pay scale. And so finally, to reiterate, the requested direction before City Council tonight is to provide any additional direction for changes other than those ones that we've gone over that have been incorporated into the budget, and to adopt the enabling resolutions which we just went through. So that concludes my presentation. I will take this opportunity to go and verify Councilmember Wollaston's question about which dollar amounts were associated with which council direction, just to make sure that I am clear on that one, but happy to take any questions or send it back for public comment or council consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Yeah, we'll have the city clerk call for public comment in this item, and that will give you the needed time to double check those numbers.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item M1, approve resolutions adopting the fiscal year 2021-22 budget and capital improvement plan and appropriating funds, establishing the appropriations limit for fiscal year 2021-22, establishing a consecutive temporary tax percentage reduction in the utility users tax rate through September 30th, 2022, establishing the salary schedule effective June 20th, 2021, and establishing citywide salary schedule effective July 4th, 2021. Please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. And our first public speaker will be Michał Bortnick.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I was excited to see the line items for rent and eviction assistance in the updated budget, both to see that public comments actually matter and are listened to, but even more for the actual impact I hope it will have on people in our community who really need this help. And if I understand correctly, the situation now is that there actually is money allocated to help with the rent payments from the county, and that there will be money in our budget for assistance to help people access that money. But if the eviction moratorium is allowed to expire, then evictions go forward in 10 days, and all of that will have been for nothing. So I would like to join all the other comments tonight in support of adopting a local eviction moratorium if the state one doesn't come through, so that the relief and assistance funds actually have a chance to work and deliver the help to people who really need it right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public speaker will be Mariah Roberts. So the next speaker is Mariah Roberts.
Hello again. So sorry about the delay. So not that I'm really able to provide a rebuttal, but I definitely don't appreciate someone that lives the life he lives, judging me and Ray without meeting me or ever even understanding my plight, my life, who I am. To me, that's a bigger crime than me saying that our mayor does not represent my issues, represent my struggle, represent what I would like to see Menlo Park to be. And I think it's extremely disappointing that not only, I was not even going to bring this up tonight, but being a part of a phone call that was pertaining to the housing element with our very own mayor that was so cruel to a fellow Black man in our community that has never committed a crime, committed anything negative against him. So for him to support our mayor who doesn't even support his own people is appalling, alarming, and it's a microcosm of what we are. You know, if America is ever to heal, we have to start at the community level. So if we do not, we'll continue this nasty behavior. You know, I also question the intentions of Councilman Ray, because, you know, to me, you use your position in Menlo Park to uplift you to run for what you're running for now. Everything I've heard for you has not been pro the dismantlement of institutionalized racism, you know, the segregation of our school system, the fact that if you live across 101, your kids will not be educated properly unless they go to charter school or private school. So for our council people to sit here and act like you represent the people, it's false. And I don't mean to be negative Nancy or just being an a-hole, but if I don't speak up, who will? I'm a social worker. I am, for every day I live, going to be an advocate for the people. So I opted to start that plight now. I went to University of Chicago. I was silent there. I've been silent for several years, and I choose to use my voice now. And I have so many people that back up how I feel, that actually do not back up our mayor. We may have the same color of skin, but we do not represent the same people. Thank you, Menlo Park. Good night.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker will be Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So a few comments on the budget. In terms of reading the staff report, in terms of what is included and what it sounded like, so there is some hiring for climate action and some hiring also for transportation to be able to fulfill the projects in the capital improvement plan. It also sounded like there was council interest in potential additional work on the climate action plan, as Councilmember Nash had said, as well as interest in making sure that the items in the capital improvement plan that fully funded with a good scope to improve safety. But it sounded like for both of those items that there may be additional work coming forward this year with more specific plans for how to do those things, upon which there might be budget amendments to fund them. And it would be welcome if that is what the council's intent, to have that be clarified for the process throughout the year. By the way, I mentioned the capital improvement plan. I am on the Complete Streets Commission, but speaking for myself. In terms of the earlier discussion about policing and funding, I wanted to really thank the City Council and the staff for the decisions reflected here to be holding off on some of the increase in staffing pending a thoughtful conversation about policing and public safety and how to from the community and best meet the needs of public safety. And following that conversation, which is probably all not going to be solved all at the same time also, but with some thoughtful conversation that will help to spend the money in the way that the community and the city council determines how to achieve those public safety goals. So thank you very much for pursuing that path. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public speaker will be Rachel Horst.
Hello, good evening again, council members. I wanted to speak to what the earlier speaker was referring to and articulated really well about the eviction moratorium. I want to preface this by saying this is not a conversation that we really want to be having at the local level, and I fully understand that the Menlo Park City Council should not be taking on this big issue that affects the entire state. I mean, it affects the entire country. And many groups have articulated this really well already, that there are funds available. That's not the problem. There are more funds coming for both tenants and landlords, and there are organizations out there to help them get help. But it just takes time. It takes time to roll out the funds. We've seen it, that there have been big delays, and there has not been the uptake that one would expect given the need out there. So it's really counterproductive to allow this to expire, and we all know that. And all this does is just align those two things, the funding and the time. So that's why we're asking you to consider an emergency ordinance. And we know that that takes time to develop. It won't happen from one day to the next. And here we are almost at the end of the month. Nevertheless, I appeal to you to consider it just on behalf of all of those who are in a very delicate situation right now here in the county and statewide, of course. And again, it is really incumbent upon the state to take action. But since they have not yet, this is where we find ourselves. And again, if there is uncertainty about the authority of the city to do this, that is something that can be investigated in short order. And at the very least, the Menlo Park City Council should take a stand and tell the state that they need to take action. So I hope that you consider that in whatever action you take tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public speaker will be Jason Alarvia.
Thank you, City Council. I think it's unfortunate that at this level of government, we're discussing so many things that need a different type of attention. And at this point, our mayor and City Councilman Mueller, I think it's important that we keep focused on what's really going on here. And there's a national conversation about law enforcement reform, about housing equity, and all of these things that are very important issues. And so when it comes to that, there needs to be special attention, because there are so many people that commute to Menlo Park and are good enough to work here, but they're not good enough to be housed here. And we need to make sure that the city of Menlo Park is adhering to the housing element goals. I don't think there hasn't been not one goal met. This is a statewide This is a statewide issue. It's a requirement to continue to stay focused on making sure that there's equitable and accessible housing for all, no matter what your income level is. And so let's stay focused on what the goals are. We thank you for your service. And I think we shouldn't say negative words that is supposed to bring somebody down when you all are in service and working for the constituency. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Karen Grove.
Thank you. So I am Karen Grove and I'm on the Housing Commission, but I am speaking for myself. I want to echo what Miha was saying and thank you very much for dedicating some of the ARPA funds for tenant and COVID financial relief and for outreach to make sure that communities who are hardest to reach get the information about the state and federal funds that are available for tenant to reach. And then of course I want to like third or fourth or fifth, the plea to enact a eviction moratorium extension. I just want to add a little bit of a sort of tricky point. It's possible at the state level that they will extend the eviction moratorium, but only for people who have begun an application for relief. And that would be bad because the people who are hardest to reach and need this relief the most are precisely the people who haven't yet applied. So just be very careful if and when the state does extend, when and if the state does extend the moratorium, we might still need our own to make sure that all of our residents who need the extension are protected. So I just wanted to put that out there. I'm feeling hopeful that we are going to create our own ordinance, and I just want to make sure that we keep it if we need it, even if it initially appears that we don't. And again, thank you for dedicating some funds towards helping our most at-risk and vulnerable residents. And finally, I do see that we're still not using half of the ARPA funds this year. And so it does open up the possibility to perhaps add housing staff in this year of doing the housing element and this year where we're likely to see more homeless residents who need the homeless outreach team to be coordinated, which is something that falls to our housing staff. I do think we should consider adding some staff to the housing efforts in this crucial year. So just throwing that out there. Thank you again.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public speaker will be Josie Gayard.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for your work on this budget. I'm serve on the Environmental Quality Commission, but I'm speaking for myself tonight. The more research we're seeing, and again, this is very fast moving science, but on climate change tells us that we are not currently on track to hit our own goals, which we set in our climate action plan, but we're also not on track to hit the Paris climate agreement goals of trying to keep Earth's temperature below, Earth's temperature rise below 2 degrees C. We do not have the policies in place yet in Menlo Park to meet that Paris commitment. Not meeting that will have catastrophic impacts, and we're seeing those, and those impacts will be, will have massive economic effects for the city. It will put lots of pressure on our budget. Take, for example, the drought that we're seeing now, that has real world consequences. And there are going to have to be measures to find new sources of water for the city at some point. Just something to remember, which is that we are never going back to the climate that we had 5 years ago, not in our lifetimes. And sadly, I wish I could say that this is our new normal, but it's not, because it's going to actually become worse in terms of the fire and the drought and the extreme heat. So I would urge you, just looking at the resources that the city is going to have to expend on this issue over the next decades, we have a small and closing window now to live up to our bold goals of greenhouse gas emission and set a leadership position. And it's really our only shot, encouraging other cities to follow us and trying to catalyze other cities within California, which can catalyze change across the country. Again, this is a closing window. Once it closes, we can't get the genie back in the bottle, so to speak. So I would really urge you to think about dedicating resources now to try to take advantage of this short window that we have to make an impact, and whatever resources you can muster to dedicate to climate. I would certainly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on item M1 related to the 2021-22 budget. Our next speaker will be Pamela Jones.
Good evening again, council and staff, mayor and vice mayor. The previous speaker issues that she expressed so well are so far greater than the ones that I have, but I will share them anyway. And it is somewhat philosophical, because I see the city making every effort possible to bring the bottom wages up to a living wage. And yes, they may have you may not be the ones that set the salary, but you can certainly set the tone. I looked at some data, and just on the lower end jobs, it was the gymnastics instructor, childcare, and from their bottom range to their highest step, there's a 19.4% difference. And on the police, there is a 21.6% difference from the bottom and the upper. But when we get to the directors, which some of them have a range, so they could be hired at any stage, the bottom range to the highest range is 38%. So in my mind, it makes it really difficult for our low-end wagers, the ones that have direct contact with people, our gymnastics instructors, our library assistants, our childcare teachers. It makes it impossible for them ever to get to a wage that's even close to $100,000 a year. And we know that that's the minimum amount of money that a family of 4, if they're really budget well, that they can make. I think we have an opportunity to do things like bonuses for our lower end jobs. We know that bonuses go to the higher end. We know that there's substantial overtime. It's not itemized. So we really don't know where that goes and what it's paying for. We may need to have additional hirees given what's there. So I hope that as you pass this budget, that you will consider how can we come to a place where we're willing to bring up the lower wage earners, regardless of whether or not they have a high school diploma or a PhD. So thank you, and thank you for this difficult work that you're doing.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Diane Honda.
Hi, I wanted to just say thank you, like everyone else, for all the work that you're doing. I think that these choices that the City Council has to make are quite hard. I just wanted to reiterate a couple of the comments that came earlier, in that I'm glad to hear that some of the public comment from myself and others was listened to about just accelerating the gymnastics program. It does provide sort of low-end entry jobs to a lot of the teenagers that participated in the program, my daughter included. and many of her friends, as well as, permanent good jobs for the instructors that were there. And I know that many of them would like to come back and work for the city again, either in this capacity that they were in for gymnastics, or for the ones that were laid off, they'd like to join back again and provide a service in terms of allowing a great program to come back. So I just encourage that anything we can do to speed up that process. Other gyms all around us are open at this point, so there's strong precedent and protocols out there for how to do this. So I don't think it should have to be a long analysis by the city. We should certainly be able to leverage the work of the communities around us and how they managed to get their programs back and working. So I just think it creates a community, it creates opportunity. And I just think anything that we can do to bring back that sense of normalcy that we had before the pandemic would just be appreciated by, I know a lot of the residents that were part of that before, and I know want to be part of it again. So thank you for your time and all that you're doing.
Thank you for your comment. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judy. So first, I want to bring Mr. Jacobson back on to see if he has, on the clarification, I think that Councilmember Willison pointed out whether he was able to get to what was the right numbers.
Apologies, just trying to pull up the slide. So Councilmember Willison was correct. There's certainly a discrepancy there. The correct numbers are the ones in the attachment. The transmittal is incorrect. So the small business relief should be 125,000 and the eviction and incidental assistance should be 250,000.
I thought it was 125, 125, 125 myself from the meeting. So I thought we split up rental and mortgage assistant average and eviction and incidental assistance from 250 to 125 apiece, and then we threw in small business relief for 125.
So thank you, Councilmember Mueller. That was not my recollection, but if council desires, those changes can certainly be made during the budget adoption process.
Well, has anyone gone back and checked the minutes or gone back and checked the tape, or did we just during the break change it?
Well, I don't, maybe there's no clear answer for that, but ultimately, obviously it can be whatever we want it to be. And so let's just know that that's something that's out there that we need to resolve what's going to be the revenue or funds made available for those different programs. What I wanted to do, so now that we have that clarity, and I'll start with the Councilmember Mueller because his hand is up, but I wanted to go around and essentially, concentrate all of your comments / questions or whatever in the time that which you are called on, and then after we get through that, I do want to start providing clear direction that sets up towards a motion. So with that, Councilmember Mueller, I will start with you since your hand is up.
Well, Kenley and Mayor Combs, I just wanted to address some of the comments made in public comment real quickly. And so to be clear, and I know you feel the same way, Mayor Combs, I want every person to express their experience and to advocate for what they believe in. The issue I took was to attack the mayor directly based on a position he's taken, and to juxtapose it against his race is candidly to discredit his leadership is something that I take issue with. And I think the council should take issue with. So I'm unapologetic for taking issue with that and speaking out about the comments made about the mayor.
that being said, I do want people to exchange, to advocate for what they believe in and share their experience. It's the ad hominem attack that is the issue. And then there were some other comments made about me potentially supporting segregation in our school districts, which is absolutely not true. Candidly, as a council member, I've on multiple occasions tried to bring equity to education to our school systems. The Ravenswood School District has opposed to giving up any schools and joining the Menlo Park City School District, and to allow them to join the Menlo Park City School District. And within that paradigm, I have consistently brought forth solutions on council to assist with funding for those schools, from a JPA to electronic billboards. I've consistently done that. And so that candidly just wasn't accurate. And then with respect to housing, again, as a member of this council, I've supported 2 housing elements. We actually have made progress within those housing elements. And during my time on council, we've actually zoned for and created more housing, some of which is this council has had the opportunity to approve and will be approving potentially in the future. So I wanted to set the record straight on all those things. Doesn't mean we don't have work to do. We do have work to do, but in the context of all those things being stated together, I felt the record needed to be addressed. So, so thank you for the time to cover that real quickly. And with that, I'll yield to my colleagues so that they can go ahead and start to answer their questions. And I'll come back in a different time, so there's a clear separation to address that.
Yeah, no, totally fair, Councilmember Mueller. And thank you for those comments. Again, I will just add in a sense that obviously these are, important decisions, right, and important debates, and I definitely don't hold anyone's passion against them. There are reasons to be passionate and to advocate strongly for the position that you believe in. I would only say that look and see whether what you are sort of advocating for, what you're saying is actually being effective. Like, right, and usually when it veers into the personal attacks, it's not as effective, right? And it's not as effective of drawing people to what you're trying to advocate for, what you believe in your position, because then what becomes the focus is the attack, right? And so again, I would just say, for all of us, it's just like if you focus on what you're trying to accomplish, then generally I think what will flow can be passionate, but will also be respectful. And I think that's I think that should be how we look at things. With that, I'll look to the Vice Mayor or to Councilmember Willison to see if they want to sort of to take a crack at sharing with us their thoughts, our direction, or posing any clarifying questions to staff regarding the budget, which is what we are here to work on, the budget, right? It is the budget that should be the focus. Councilmember Willison.
All right, I'll go first. Okay, so I am looking at attachment D, which is page M1.6, which lists out everything. So that's just so everyone knows kind of the order I'm going in. And I'm just kind of going to go down the list of areas that I have questions or comments about. The first is R3, which is excess ERAF. And I know I mentioned this last time, but I wanted to see if there was council support for funding that for this year only, given that the outlook looks positive, including that 1.81 million, I believe it is, as revenue. And again, my rationale is that I think it's important that if we are pretty certain we're going to get that money this year, that we're really upfront about it, and that it gets evaluated kind of vis-a-vis all the other money and projects, and that it doesn't kind of come as this anticipated surprise later in the year that kind of gets its own analysis of what to do with. I think this is a much more clear use of that money. So that's my first thing. My second point is on number 4, which is the Heritage Tree Ordinance Implementation and Downtown Maintenance Team. I actually was corresponding with Public Works Director, Ms. Nagaya, about what if we, instead of funded 5 positions, funded 4 positions. And my understanding is that the impact may be that some of the presence downtown of maintenance workers might not be kind of daily all the time, but I couldn't get the sense that it was going to have a massive impact, especially since we don't have a dedicated presence now at all. So my feeling was kind of see how it goes with 4 and then move up to 5. But I'm open to hearing your thoughts. I know that a maintenance worker might not be the biggest budget hit position, but it is a head count. And I am getting questions from residents about that line item on the budget. So I wanted to bring that up. Should I just keep going, Mayor Combs? Or should I stop and, okay.
Yeah. How long will you be going for, if I can just have an estimate?
I feel like I'm cruising. So if this pace is working for you, it shouldn't be too painful, but you never know with me.
Yeah. It's not painful at all. It's not painful at all. It's just...
Okay, awesome. So actually number 8, the sustainability staff, and actually I'm going to go back up to number 5, the increased transportation capacity. So my understanding is if we gave direction on number 5, the transportation capacity, to really dedicate that towards CIP projects, and that if we go ahead with the incorporated amount there, that we will be able to address, to Ms. Levin's point, the CIP projects currently funded. That's a great thing. And then my sense was Ms. Nagaya could come back for a budget amendment if there were opportunities for additional capacity that's needed, if we can make progress on some of the other projects like middle and whatnot. So I'm lumping together 5, which is transportation, and 8, which is sustainability, to say that I anticipate budget amendments coming back on both of those items once staff has a better sense of what projects and needs they have, so we can make better progress on both our transportation, especially our VMT reducing projects, and our climate action plan. On number 15, I was actually surprised, the 1.46 budgeting lower CalPERS amount. So I know we had discussed as a council and met with that CalPERS pension person and had them run numbers on what if we used a 6.5, what if we used a 6% instead of the 7%. And we seem to have an appetite for using one of those. But it looks like we're not planning on, if this omitted line is accurate, then we're not planning on doing any of that. So I just wanted to make sure I flagged that for my colleagues, because it seems like our practice in the past has been to pay down kind of some of our pension obligations. And this actually might then justify my ERAF money, because it looks like we're going to, if we do go forward with this budgeting lower investment return for CalPERS, we would incur another expense. And so that revenue offset could help. The gymnastics delivery, I agree, let's not study it. Let's just look at what it will take to bring it back. So my sense is that staff, the reason that other gymnastics facilities are open and Menlo Park is not, is because our staff is, not fully staffed, and that we have the Menlo Park Community Campus, which is taking a lot of staff time and management time. But I do think that we, as soon as that can come back to us of what it would take to get that operational, and my sense is it was going to be August or September that it comes back. So please do what you can to get that. The holiday lights, I had suggested at the last meeting that we have Parks and Rec host a discussion about kind of holidays to observe and how to observe and what to do. That's not to say I want to, take away Christmas. But if there are private entities that are interested in hosting Christmas, more power. So I'm not against necessarily funding the $90,000 for the tree, but for me, I want a commitment that we're going to be looking at many different practices to do that. I must have fallen asleep at the handlebars for the Safe Routes to School item. I do want that to stay in here. It's $50,000. I am curious though how our Safe Routes to School program is going. And so I would like to add that back in, but have the Complete Streets Commission do some kind of study session or what have you, whatever they would do at the commission level on how Safe Routes is going. And I am comfortable with the amounts that were on the slide that Mr. Jacobson showed on C1, C2, and C3, but I could be convinced otherwise. And I think that those are my comments. So I guess I'm looking for council support on the ERAF, the CalPERS, and some of these other things. So curious to hear your thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison. Is there Vice Mayor Nash?
Sure. So I looked at this not as much item by item, and I can go through some of those comments where we're looking for more consensus later, but I guess I'm actually just concerned about where we are right now. When I think about the function of city government and sort of take a step back, it seems, I guess there's trade-offs between things that are sort of long-term, which will, some functions like will affect everyone in the city for a really, really long time. And I'm thinking things like handling all of the large development projects that are currently flooding into Menlo Park. And these developments are going to be implemented over the next decade, and they're going to really change the face of Menlo Park one way or another. And we just heard another one that's coming forward today, SRI, which is in addition to all the other ones that we have, which are there. And there's also just other items like that, such as the housing element, reimagining public safety, and there's others. And then it's that versus some functions which are about delivery of sort of day-to-day services to residents and others. I'm thinking, well, so I'm just concerned about sort of how we're prioritizing what's been brought forward from staff. I guess having sat through the in the Planning Commission last night, where Menlo Uptown was recommended for approval, and then today with SRI, I struggle with how we are going to do everything in the city, and I really think I worry about projects that are going to really affect the city over time, and that we make sure that we focus enough on those. So I guess I'm somewhat sort of just hoping that we will continue to look at how we are doing, continue to have staff check in with us. I I wonder how will our community development group that is currently overloaded, we have developers that I think we've probably all heard from that are concerned about their schedules and just how does all this work? While we're doing that, we still have to hire all these people. The way I counted it, we currently have 15 vacancies in the city before we even add these additional 24 and a half. How will staff manage to get that, do all the hiring? And I understand that that is the city manager's responsibility. I just am concerned because it's a lot for any group at this point. And so sort of having stated that, I guess in going through the budget today, I'd love to hear from staff there's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 that we've discussed. How does staff, how does that actually come into play given where we are now? Is that something where everything now that we've approved things gets put into the same pot? How does I guess, how does staff look at this point, and what help can we give given my comments?
I think part of the help we can give is the direction that the staff is asking for with this process. But no, I'm going to go to the city manager, Vice Mayor Nash.
Oh, I don't have a better answer than yours, Mr. Mayor. I do think once we get the direction from the council, we can put together some broad ideas about how we're going to approach it. I mean, I think this will be a challenge. I acknowledge that, but a good challenge. So once we have clarity about the direction, then we can come back to inform the council, not to relitigate what has been approved or not approved.
So if you don't mind having a little bit more discussion on this, just how do we, what more can we do to make sure that the community development group, which has not asked for a tremendous amount, such as we just heard public comments recommending, which I think is a good recommendation, perhaps we should be adding in the housing area. It's just, how are we going to, is there any prioritization? Is there anything that the council can do to help highlight this information, highlight, prioritize, whatever? Or should we really leave it at this point to staff with check-ins?
I think having a final determination by the council will be really final direction. And then I do think it's important that door is open and that we come back and forth. I think that this will be an evolving story and things will change, hopefully not day by day, but over time it will change. And if we need more community development staff, I think it's clear that we'll come back to the council for that addition. But as you pointed out, Vice Mayor Nash, we can only onboard so many people in each group at one time. And so we just need to get a lay of the land before we ask for more.
Actually, one of the things that I'm concerned about is just it can only be so many people in each group, but I actually would put forward that at this point, given all of the projects that we have in front of us, perhaps some should be prioritized. And I guess that's where I think that was done some by staff, just with tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Will that be coming into play at this point, or was that strictly a budget exercise?
I'd have to go back and look at it. I think it was more of a grouping of options for the council. And we're glad to come back and share with you our strategies. It's just, as soon as we get clear direction on the council, and as long as we have the understanding that it's an ongoing process.
Thank you. I don't want to have you, I mean, it's always a balance because I know staff reports take a lot of time and coming back to council and all of that. So it's, I guess I just cannot emphasize enough how important I think it is that we really focus on our development projects and what's going to be built in Menlo Park over the next decade, and really making sure that we get it right now. And it's not, you know, I think everybody has the same intentions. It's not saying that we're not, it's just that, you know, there's a tremendous amount of development going forward that will have a huge impact on our city and what we are. So I guess having said that, there's a couple, I personally don't feel like I have had enough time with the CIP, and it's has not been a topic of real discussion, what we're doing on the capital improvement projects over the last 2 meetings. And so I don't want to stall the budget at this point. I do want to have a chance to revisit or just take a look at the CIP. I personally do not feel like I've done an adequate job of looking at it. And it certainly has not been a highlight of the last budget meeting at the public hearing or this one. So I just want to state that I would like to just keep reviewing the CIP and what's happening there. The UUT, I don't want to, again, hold up the budget at this point. I would like to hear how do we go about revisiting the UUT, possibly even by September, but not right at the moment. The UUT right now, Menlo Park is, as far as I know, the lowest of over 100 local cities. I saw the number and I didn't pull it out, but basically our UUT is extremely low. Even if it goes up to the cap, it is still extremely low. The folks who are on care and some of our assistance programs do not pay UUT, is my understanding. Although when I spoke with staff, they were going to double check that. And with the UUT, we actually would have the chance to fund low-income housing being electrified, which I think would be a big step toward, first of all, healthy outcomes for those residents. The natural gas that's used in many, many houses actually emits gases which are more harmful in smaller apartments, so that it would be beneficial health-wise and just for the environment and generally to be electrifying these homes. So I would love to revisit the UUT and letting that lapse so that we can increase the amounts, not today, but this year. And with the idea that we'd use that money toward funding electrifying low-income housing in Menlo Park. ERAF, I actually would be I would support Councilmember Willison's proposal for this year to allow ERAF to be used at 100% or budgeted at 100%. I would also support on number 4, the heritage trees and downtown if reducing the number from 5 to 4 employees there means that we just have, my understanding is it actually would mean that we don't have 2 full-time people downtown to be doing downtown maintenance. I think that we could try with 1, see how that works. If we need another person, then that's great. But I would support reducing that to 4. I personally am concerned about increasing the library and community services to putting a full 6 on it right now. Although I understand that, anyway, I would again on that one where we have a large number of headcount and we probably won't be hiring everyone right away anyway, to reduce it and see what reduce the number there, see what the impact is, both of filling vacancies that are currently there and also of just when we do add some headcount, do we really need to go the full scale at this point? And again, again, oh, and on the CalPERS, I don't feel strongly one way or the other. I can go, I will support either way on the CalPERS. So I will stop at this point and listen to what others have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. Councilmember Mueller.
At the outset, I have to say that we as a council have indicated that we're committed to diversity and that we're committed to what the district process means. And I actually have really great difficulty going forward tonight without Councilmember Taylor. I don't know why she's not here, but I think it's important that her viewpoint be represented in the adoption of the budget, especially on the last evening when we're making these decisions. So, and I've been thinking about it as listening to everybody talk and wondering, well, can we do this without her? And I just have reached the conclusion I can't. I'm not comfortable doing that. So I'm happy to discuss like some of these items with you guys tonight and tee them up. But I'd hope that we'd come back potentially next Tuesday for a special meeting so that we give her I don't know why she's not here tonight, but to give her the opportunity to be present in the discussion and the adoption.
Yeah, so Councilmember Taylor is not feeling well. And so that's, I'm sorry I didn't make that announcement earlier. But that's why she isn't here tonight. I know she at one point was going to try to make it, but yeah, she just didn't start feeling any better. So but that aside, Councilmember Mueller, your point is certainly not without merit of that you think that she should be here. And so she's not here right now. And so then I want to go to the city manager and how does, from a logistics perspective, delaying finalizing the budget looks like where, and so I think Councilmember Mueller threw out a special meeting next Tuesday. How does that look?
Well, if I could, so I think one action the council could take tonight is to adopt the basic budget, and if you don't feel comfortable with all of the previously suggested budget modifications that are listed separately, then I guess that could be delayed. So that's on the budget end, although of course I would hope that the council would take budget action tonight. Secondly, we have scheduled a special meeting already for redistricting on the 29th. And we were hoping that we could essentially dedicate the meeting to redistricting. There's been substantial community interest in the topic, and the consultant will be available to really walk through the options and the changes regarding redistricting. And so I feel that if we add the budget to that, happy to do it if that's the only alternative, but to add the budget to that will really reduce the visibility of the redistricting and the time and energy that we could devote to it. And then as best I understand it, there forward, the council, there are a number of obligations on the council which make for at least the first 2 weeks of July not reasonable expectations for council meetings.
Councilmember Mueller, were you gonna or no?
I was going to say I can make myself available next Monday for the budget meeting, and then Tuesday for the districting meeting. But one of the most important things we do is approve the budget. It just doesn't feel. I don't think it's appropriate to do it without all 5 council members present, especially if the reason why one council member is not present is because they're ill.
So where are Vice Mayor Nash, Councilmember Willison, are you available Monday? And then I'll wrap back with the city manager to see what that looks like from a staffing perspective. Mhm. Yeah, please go. You can. So Vice Mayor Nash and obviously Council Member Mueller.
Yeah, it looks like if I'm looking at my calendar correctly, Monday would work.
And okay, and City Manager Jerome Robinson, what's your thoughts on Monday?
We'll make it work. We will have a number of key staff members who will be out of the office because they understood that there would not be council meetings next week.
Yeah.
So, but we'll pull it together.
Totally. Vice Mayor Nash.
So I believe that there's a One Shoreline meeting till from 4 to 5, which Councilmember Taylor typically attends. But that would be the only other piece, would be to make sure that Councilmember Taylor's available.
Okay. Councilmember Mueller.
Well, assuming, I don't have any more comments on that, assuming that, I mean,
yeah,
if everyone's on board with that, I have other comments on the budget.
Okay. All right. So then do we sort of put a pause here and come back to all of this, or is there, because is that what you're suggesting, Councilmember Mueller, that you'll save your comments until the Monday meeting?
So I was going to what I personally was going to do is, if we're moving the meeting to Monday, because I do want Councilmember Taylor involved.
Mm-hmm.
But I was going to just briefly comment on the EBRAF item to throw out an issue to tee up for next week for people to think about. And then if there's something that everyone wants to just unwind a little bit more, but there's no reason, I think, to put us through this process twice in discussion, especially without a colleague whose input we would want. So.
Okay, totally fair. I mean, and one of the things is that for the special meeting on Monday, I don't think we would need Mr. Jacobson to do the presentation again, right? And obviously between now and then, Councilmember Taylor, if she has not seen it, could see it, and so then we could delve directly into. I mean, I can keep my notes, and maybe we could either pick up on Councilmember Willison's suggestions or her proposals and go through and see whether there's support there, or we could again start with getting your proposals and then Councilmember Taylor's proposals. But I would just, this is all to say, I would want to make the Monday meeting as efficient as possible.
So then, Mayor Combs, may I move to the next thing, or do you want us to vote on moving on the Monday meeting first? Or
when you say, well, let's ask the city. Well, first, let me just go to the vice mayor and see what she wants to add, just to make sure if she wants to be heard on something that's relevant in this moment.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to confirm that we would not need a new staff report either, which hopefully will lessen the burden on staff.
Okay, totally fair. So now, as far as moving on from this item, does City Clerk Karen, do you need an official vote on that, or just a consensus? Do we need to vote on the Monday meeting?
So no vote is necessary. I do see a consensus of the City Council to schedule a special meeting on Monday, June 28th. Just wanted to check in if we will be taking public comment on the budget on the 28th. Or are we taking the public comment that we've received for this item as well as the public hearing on the 8th?
Yeah.
And we can always decide that at a later date. Yeah, we can decide that on the 28th if you'd prefer. Okay. That's fine.
I mean, yeah, I would be inclined to take public comment again, or at least provide that option.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So then with that, I would be prepared to move on. But Councilmember Mueller, I want to Does that work for you, or were you headed in a different direction?
I just wanted to just throw out one item to my colleagues who are interested in budgeting the ERAF, and that's don't waste an opportunity to make a pitch. The downtown, so right now we're enjoying the downtown street closure as a result of the governor's emergency order. But if there is any intent to keep any of those and make any of those closures and make it permanent, it will require an EIR, which will cost money. And to the extent we are creating increased budget capacity, what I would propose that we consider is looking at an EIR, funding an EIR for those downtown closure, so that it can be studied. And we can tee up how extensive that EIR and how much closure would be studied at a later date. But typically when you do an EIR, you actually include more than you may actually in the end do, so that you've studied the whole thing. And you can make decisions based on that. And so I give that all for your consideration to think about as we come back to the budget process next week, because should we intend to create budget capacity at the later date when there is no budget for it, the money won't be there. If we now decide that we've seen enough that it's something we'd actually like to look at in an EIR, we can create budget capacity for that now with this increased funding.
All right. Well, thank you for that pitch you have shared. It is out there in the ether, and so we know that we'll hear it again on Monday. Okay, so with that, we're gonna move on to item M2. Still obviously under regular business, adopt resolution number 6638, authorizing extension of the solid waste and water rate assistance program to June 30th, 2022 to provide financial relief on resident solid waste and water bills. Here to introduce the item is management analyst Joanna Chin. Hi, Ms. Chin.
Good evening, Mayor Combs and members of the council. This is Joanna Chen, management analyst. I don't have a slide presentation for you tonight, but I would like to provide a quick summary of the agenda item. What is brought forward to you tonight is to adopt a resolution to authorize city staff to extend the solid waste and water rate assistance program to June 30th, 2022. The estimated budget to extend the program is approximately $60,000 from the general fund revenues, not from the ratepayer revenues, and is programmed in the next fiscal year's budget. During the April 27th City Council meeting, the council expressed interest for staff to provide a quarterly update on the program, which may include a summary on the enrollment programs, or enrollment numbers, and staff time, whether or not it increases. Staff could also report on how much the budgeted amount has been spent. That concludes my summary, and I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chen, for the very brief presentation. I appreciate it. Let's have the city clerk call for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item M2, adopt resolution number 6638, authorizing extension of the solid waste and water rate assistance program to June 30th, 2022 to provide financial relief on residents' solid waste and water bills. Please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. And our first public speaker will be Mariah Roberts.
Again, I would like to address, and again, this could be out of order, Councilman Ray. I would like to understand how you could comment on how I relate to a fellow African-American as a white American that lives in Atherton. I think it's inappropriate. I think it's out of line, and I think it's out of touch. Furthermore, I'm going to still keep on my soapbox of Why is Menlo Park so out of touch of what's going on in America? Why cannot we step up and help our oppressed Americans? You would think because we have a Black mayor, he would do that. But what people don't understand, just because myself and Mayor Combs have the same skin color does not mean we are of the same persuasion, because we are not. He is very similar to a sheep in wolf's clothing. He's not going to ever represent what I believe in, what I want to happen, what my issues are. He won't even listen to them. Even his Juneteenth proclamation is inaccurate, off touch, off base, and late. Why would a Black mayor who is supposed to be so in touch with his community waiting to 2021 to adopt a Juneteenth proclamation? City Council, help me with this. Help me understand, as a supposed respected member of the community who is Black, African American, a woman supposed to fit into Silicon Valley. I feel no support as a woman, and I would hope the City Council understands this notion. I feel zero support as an African American. I would hope anyone who identifies with my ancestry line understand this. I feel no support as a minority, as a non-white American. Why can you guys not wake up and see that this community is not supporting its oppressed Americans? Our mayor is out of touch, period. I understand I'm African American and I am not supposed to have this, position because he's Black as well. But trust me, it comes down to socioeconomic status. He doesn't get it, and he will not get it because he does not want to get it. He and Ray are on the same page with out of touch in our community. Thank you. Jay, out.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public speaker will be Jason Alarvia.
Again, thank you for your service, city council members. I just think it's imperative that we stay focused on the city business at hand, and that's to serve its constituency. And also, when it comes to making these comments and concerns for continuing on the business of the city, I feel that it's imperative that it take a decent amount of thought into making sure that there's inclusion of everyone. Moving forward, I would like to also say that what is being presented and what has been presented by the city is something that should have happened a very long time ago. And so when it comes to expressing the concern of the constituency, the importance are the people, for the people, because that is the reason that we're meeting. Again, thank you for your service, and let's just move forward positively and keep the constituency at the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on item M, 2? Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. Before I go on, I do have to though apologize to my colleagues and to city staff and to the residents. Somehow this became a lot about me, and I don't quite know how that happened. And my apologies. Okay, so with that, we'll go to the dais for this agenda item. Does anyone have any comments, any questions for staff? Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. And there's no need for you to apologize. Thank you. My only comment is I support it. I'd like staff to monitor it, and which I'm sure they will. But if they're if it's running ahead of the budget by more than 20% or so, basically let us know. And I think that just so we have some tabs on if in fact we are fortunate to have a large uptick in a large uptake of this. Just that we're aware of how it's going.
Councilmember Wollaston.
Yeah, I will move to adopt resolution 6638.
I'll second. So we can bring the city clerk on. Oh, no, we're going to.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask if we could get just some staff feedback on that. Thank you.
Sure. So this is Justin Murphy, or Joanna, feel free. Let's see, Justin Murphy, Deputy City Manager. So best laid plans. We had sequenced this with the hope that the council would approve the overall budget. So without that action tonight, we can't actually adopt this resolution because we wouldn't have the funding for it. So we were thinking that it may be best that we could bring this back come same agenda as the budget adoption, and potentially even as a consent calendar item that could happen sequentially after a budget adoption. But we're suggesting that this be continued to the next meeting.
Okay. Is that the same for M3? Is that dependent on the budget being adopted? Just want to, because I don't want to go. No need to go down that road if a preceding step didn't happen. Councilmember Mueller.
I guess this is a question for the city attorney, but can we say move adoption of resolution 6638 authorizing, etc., contingent upon the budget adoption contingent upon budget June 20, contingent upon a 2022 budget adoption, 2022-2023 budget adoption, or do we have to wait?
I think that's reasonable. I think another idea is to approve the resolution tonight and then remove it from the budget next week if necessary. So yeah, one of those two options I think is sufficient.
Is this one of those circumstances where we're going to say, yeah, I move what Nira said?
And then I'm going to restate what I said after I've thought about it for 30 more seconds.
Okay. So I can move what Nira said.
I need a little more time, Councilmember Mueller. Yeah, I think let's make the motion contingent upon passage of the budget as currently proposed, although I guess maybe I'd ask Dan to weigh in if there's any if we make any revisions on Monday, is that going to impact this contingent approval? Sorry, Dan, to call you up without notice.
So I don't see any problem approving this one tonight. And then if the council gives direction to change direction on that on Monday, that I think we can manage that.
Okay, so let's just approve it then without the contingency, and then we can revise the budget as necessary on Monday, if necessary.
Okay, that works for me.
If Dan and Starla agree, and you, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if we don't hear from them, let's assume they agree. If the city manager, assistant administrative services director agree, no need to say anything. And in which case, Judy, the motion might just be revised to be the motion that staff is recommending.
Mayor Combs, would you like me to call for the vote?
Yeah. Though, Councilmember Mueller, did you want to say something? Your hand was up, or is that just hold? Okay. Yeah, you can call for the vote.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Willison and a second by Mayor Combs to adopt a resolution number 6638 authorizing extension of the solid waste and water rate assistance program to June 30th, 2022 to provide financial relief on resident solid waste and water bills. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller.
Yes.
City Council Member Willison.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes.
Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And the motion passes with City Council Member Taylor absent. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, City Clerk Heron. And then so to my prior question, are we okay to proceed with M3? Are there going to be some sort of budget related complications there? I'll go to the city manager and then Vice Mayor Nash.
I think that the council can go ahead and accept the grant tonight, subject to any modifications you want to make to the uses of the grant.
Okay, cool. Vice Mayor Nash.
I was just going to recommend that we keep this one for next week, for the 28th.
You think we should do this?
Yes, I would. I don't have strong feelings, but I would, as long as we're meeting, and I don't think this will be a. I would recommend that we just save this one for the 28th.
Okay. I mean, I don't have any objection to that as long as it's staff. There's no timeline impacts with regards to pushing this. Or would you prefer to have this box checked?
It's fine to continue it to Monday night, and I don't see any immediate problems by continuing it.
Okay, totally fair. Councilmember Mueller, where you came on. You didn't raise your hand, but you came on, so I thought maybe you would want to.
No, I understand this, that for the same reason that we've continued the budget, we probably need to have all of our council members here to discuss this item, so that makes sense.
Okay, totally fair point. Okay, well, with that, I think we'll move on. City Clerk Heron, I was going to move on to informational items, but tell me.
Quick question. Did you want to take public comment on M3 since it was agendized, or do you want to hold public comment until the June 28th meeting?
We can hold public comment to the June.
Thank you.
Okay, so then with that, we'll go on to informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council and staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member or city staff member or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Heron, can you call for public comment on informational items?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item N1, City Council agenda topics July through August 2021, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. And our first public speaker will be Mariah Roberts.
Again, Mayor Combs and Councilman Mueller, my issue is you guys have jumped to conclusions and made, assumptions about me and the community I represent without even meeting me, asking me questions. I don't think people understand that perhaps maybe you represent a smaller portion of Menlo Park than you think. There's a larger portion of us that are barely making it by with under $500,000, under some people under $100,000. And I don't see the sympathy in that. And what's even more insulting, Mayor Combs, is that as a Black woman, seeing a Black man laugh as much as you laugh with the seriousness on the line right now is incredibly insulting. It's sad, it's heartbreaking, and it just shows me how much slavery or enslavement has affected us. Even the fact that you are just now coming up with the idea with being involved with the council this long with adopting some type of Juneteenth amendment proclamation is laughable. Like, okay, so you acknowledge Juneteenth. What are you going to do after that? What are you going to do? Please tell me. Because only thing I've noticed right now is you and Ray insulting me. You have not met me. I'm a social worker. So my entire life's work has been for unrepresented populations, vulnerable populations. So it's insulting that two men on this council have, jumped to insulting a woman who is trying to represent the underspoken, the unvoiced, the underrepresented. I'm still trying to wonder, where the council displaced 60 plus unhoused folks. I'm trying to understand a year ago when there's a meeting about our, issues with human race. There's one race, but our mayor does not understand this clearly. What have you done? There's been tragic incidents that have happened in our community, including a noose in front of my house. Has the current mayor reached out to me? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I will say the two women on our council have been incredibly empathetic to our community. I cannot say that about the men. And I also will say that about the former mayor, Cecilia. She's been incredibly empathetic. But the two men on our council, I cannot say that about. And they've been the nastiest to me. They've been the nastiest to other community members that have spoken up. It's not okay. It is not okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on item N1. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So I know Councilmember Willison that you have some items on informational under this agenda item that you wanted to talk about, and so I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Yes, I had two items. One kind of, I'll go with the easier one, which is videos, and whether there's appetite to change, I guess, to enact a council policy to post videos online. So I don't know if I should pause there. So I guess I'm asking for this to be further agendized or I'm not sure.
Yeah. So what videos is my and then
so
I'll go.
commission videos. We've been hearing comments from community members recently about wanting to be able to access, because all of the commission meetings are being recorded, to have them posted. And I know there's some editing and uploading to do, and it does seem like it might be a time-consuming effort. And I know there's like a backlog that I believe Mr. Clay Curtin is trying to catch up on. But I'm hoping that once he's caught up, we either can find a service to do that for him and allocate resources to do that, or or somehow make that an easier process. But it seems like the desire from the community and all of our commitment to transparency and making government really accessible seems consistent with having those videos be available online.
And so my question would be, so obviously that's in theory easy to do now, we're all on Zoom. What would be the protocol for when the commissions are back meeting in person? Because I don't think it makes any, I think it's problematic to make the change that we're going to sort of record our all meetings and have them posted, unless we plan to continue that sort of in perpetuity. And so, and I see complications when we're back in a meeting live. Again, I'm not necessarily opposed to it. It takes resources, as you identified. But that would be my only concern, because obviously, like, only I think a couple of the commissions actually meet in the council chambers where there are cameras set up. But I know there could be some solution to that. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. So I have looked at this a little bit. I looked at our council policies and at the commission policies and found nothing at all that restricted us from posting them. And so I guess I would ask why, and I've heard the same comment that we needed to have a policy, but I do not understand why we need a policy since none exists to restrict the posting. And it seems that it's just more clear direction from council that we would like them posted. And I would certainly agree with you, Councilmember Willison, that we need to do that whenever they are available. And it seems if we don't have a policy, then that leaves us much more flexibility for what happens once we go back into in-person meetings. Although I certainly think that having commission meetings taped, and whether it's just audio or audio and Zoom meetings is a good practice.
Oh, wait, I have a quick legal question. Are we allowed to be discussing this since it's not agendized? So being the newbie council member, I just wanted to see if there's appetite to discuss this, but I don't know if we're allowed to discuss it, so.
Yeah, so why don't we agendize this under informational items for a future meeting? Because we would want Council Member Taylor to participate, and so then we will have it agendized, and then we can have a discussion, a more full discussion. And of course, this will be an agenda item without a staff report, and we can have full discussion. So.
Great. So my meteor, much more, not that accessibility isn't important, but I would argue that eviction is more dire. That, we talk a lot in this community about needing more affordable housing, but one way is to make sure people don't become homeless and need, that they don't get evicted from their homes to begin with and kind of need different types of housing choices and homeless services. So I'm very concerned about the looming, it's called the eviction cliff, coming next week. I know there's a lot of uncertainty whether the state will act and in what form they'll act. It looks like the county may act, but possibly only in unincorporated areas. So I know cities up and down the state are kind of scrambling and looking at their own eviction moratoriums. There's obviously legal risks to do so. But I wanted to see if there was council appetite for exploring this topic. There's a time-based element to it. And I believe City Attorney Doherty can kind of maybe speak more to this. We did talk beforehand about this possibility. City Attorney Doherty, do you have anything to add about this?
I can add that the certain protections of SB 91 expire on June 30th. And so to the extent the city is interested in continuing those protections, then a local ordinance would be a means of potentially doing that.
And it was my understanding that we could do an emergency ordinance, but prior to doing an emergency ordinance, it would behoove us to conduct a study session. So
Yeah,
we
I
can
think-
assess kind of the need in the community and invite people with challenges to come forward to let us know if this is indeed kind of something impacting people here in Menlo Park.
Yeah, I think that's right. If there is an interest in pursuing such an ordinance, I would recommend a study session to consider the necessity specifically to Menlo Park residents in pursuing such an option. And that study session would also give staff the time and the opportunity to gather data and information on the financial impacts of COVID-19 to renters of residential units in Menlo Park.
Councilmember Mueller.
I have a question about the legal process. So on, let's say that the state doesn't act. And my understanding is the state action is anticipated within the next 3 days. But assuming the state doesn't reach a deal and doesn't act by June 30th, there's still an eviction process that takes an unlawful detainer process and then an eviction process. Is that correct, Ms. Doherty?
That's correct.
And the amount of time that it takes to do that is how long is that? For some reason, 90 days is in my head, but I don't know if that's right, if it's 60 but I know it's longer than 30 days, isn't it?
I actually don't know the filing timelines for unlawful detainer actions.
So does the eviction or would an eviction, my memory of when we looked at this last time was that the eviction ordinance would not stop an unlawful detainer action, but actually would stop the implementation of the actual eviction. Is that correct?
Well, most of the local eviction moratoria that were approved under AB 3088 and SB 91 actually prohibit landlords from serving notices to pay and notices to vacate. So I think there are some nuances there, particularly with the protections of SB 91 changing on June or potentially changing on June 30th if the state doesn't act. But these are some of the issues that we'd want to discuss further in a study session.
Yeah, so that, and I guess what I'm trying to get at is, to the extent that there is a period of time that what I'm trying to get at is there a period of time that we will know the state hasn't done something and we need to do something and we'll still have the time to do it, rather than take up time in our now even more compact agenda that may end up just being duplicative time because the state will ultimately take an action.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And my understanding is it is unclear whether the state is going to do anything in the next 8 days. And on June 30th, the provisions of SB 91 that protect tenants from eviction that have paid 25% will not continue to apply. And so unless the city adopted some sort of retroactive ordinance as to those repayment options, then, or repayment assistance, then there might be a gap in protections. However, adopting a retroactive ordinance is likely not recommended.
Councilman, oh, I'm sorry, please go.
I was
Councilman.
going to say I was going to pass to my colleagues.
Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, so I'm not a lawyer, to my parents' dismay, but my understanding is that the difference between some of these ordinances, or to what Councilmember Mueller was talking about, was whether someone's going to end up on the street like legally versus whether someone can be handed an eviction notice and then be really scared and not know the law like lawyers and feel intimidated and leave. And so an eviction moratorium would prevent someone who's already super stressed and gets a really scary notice in the mail from getting that notice. And one of my hopes is that if we were to have a study session about this, and I know our time is really valuable, but I also know that this is such an important topic, that we can flesh out these issues and not have to have them right now at 11 o'clock. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember. I think my concern with the study session is less our time and more sort of what the staff prep time and actually sort of producing information that makes the study session valuable and so I think that's my hesitation. Like if there is this, like, again, what's the probability or possibility of state action, right? And I guess no, we don't know specifically, but I guess, you know, that's just my concern. Not like our time or not a study session. I'm fine. I'm here for any study session, but just what staff has to do to prep for that. Vice Mayor Nash.
So I'm wondering whether it's staff time or legal time.
Fair point. Let's like City Attorney Doherty. So is this you and attorneys that work with you that would be doing most of the prep, or is this something that staff would be doing most of the prep?
Yeah, my office will draft the ordinance, but staff will need to study the need for the urgency ordinance and the justification for adapting an eviction moratorium at all. And that time is going to involve gathering data on the financial implications to residential renters in Menlo Park due to COVID-19. That data is available. The government has provided a variety of data related to CARES Act funding that shows the necessity in particular census tracts for available for funding specifically related to rental assistance and other COVID related financial impacts. But staff is going to have to do that analysis.
Before we go to Councilmember Willison, so I did this under informational items. This actually should have been done under council member reports. So my apologies there to the city clerk and to staff. But we're in it, so we're gonna go. Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, I just wanted to know from staff if they have any sense either of how much time it will take or from a really high level, if this is indeed a major impact in Menlo Park. So I see City Manager Jerome Robinson.
So I think this is something that Rhonda Kaufman, our housing deputy community development manager, would work on. And I don't think she's had an opportunity yet to look at the full scope of what would be required. I mean, she's already trying to juggle her schedule to be able to put the information together, but we just haven't had a chance. I don't believe she's had a chance to assess how long that will take. And if I may, then I think we need to talk about when we would be holding the study session and what the lead time on that would be. That would give me a better sense of whether she would have the opportunity to be prepared for that or not.
Well, that's actually a question, I guess, for the city attorney. If retroactive isn't, I guess, defensible or advisable, then, and we don't want a gap. So if we work ourselves backwards from June 30th, it sounds like this would have to happen like yesterday or something. Or can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so so that's right. So on July 1st, some of the protections of SB 91 expire. And so tenants who have not been able to pay their landlords the 25% between September 1st, 2020 and June 30th, 2020, including tenants who haven't yet been able to avail themselves of the various government assistance programs, they could become subject to unlawful detainer actions on July 1st. So in order to avoid that, the city would want to, assuming there is an interest in adopting a local ordinance to the extent the city believes it has, or that the study session shows that the city has the urgent need to do so, then we would adapt an eviction moratorium that essentially prohibits landlords from issuing notices to quit and notices to pay or vacate beginning on July 1st, 2021.
But
and I'm sorry if that's
No, but-
the state laws are so confusing. So I'm trying
No,
to.
but I guess my question is, if don't we have to notice study sessions like 72 hours, and then when we have to still do the ordinance if we did have findings? So
so
like
the
in
city-
terms of timing, like when would be the latest, or when it might be a combination between you and Ms. Jerome Robinson of like when this would have to get on. In a meeting?
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Yeah, so the studies, we could do a special meeting as a study session. It requires 24 hours notice. You can adapt an urgency ordinance at a special meeting, again, with 24 hours notice. Urgency ordinances require 4/5 of the council members to vote in favor to pass them.
So this Monday meeting we're having that's potentially turning bigger and bigger, would that give staff enough time at all? Or is there just not
don't
enough
know.
time before the?
I don't know. I
Okay.
mean, we can assess that. And I don't mean to play parliamentarian here, but it seems like we're actually having a discussion about this issue rather than deciding whether we want to have a discussion about the issue.
Totally fair. Vice Mayor Nash.
I was just going to say, I hate to use staff time, but if it prevents one family, one person from being evicted, I would support this. I think we need to do something.
So why don't we proceed with if there could be some email communication from maybe Ms. Kaufman after she has done an analysis about like what, what's the extent of work that would be entailed here, and then we can maybe have a council member reports item or have a council member reports on the special meeting for Monday. Or we can't.
You mean report out on when we could have the meeting? Or,
and what
Yeah, we can do
what the timeline is going to, or what's an estimate of the time it will take.
Okay.
So.
Yep.
Okay. So I did want to say, and those were the two things, right, Councilmember Willison, that you wanted to discuss. But I did want to say that Vice Mayor Nash. No. So that was essentially Councilmember report. So we do have an item under informational items. I just want to say that. I'm going to go Councilmember Mueller and then Vice Mayor Nash.
I just wanted to say, so I had asked the questions of the city attorney, and the reason why was I sincerely do believe that there will be some action at the state level. What that will be, we'll discover, but I do believe there'll be action at the state level. And I know you never know what's going to happen, but I believe there'll be action at the state level within the next 3 to 4 days. So, and then we can look and see what that was, but that being the case, it fits within the timeline of what we're doing, so that's fine.
And so yeah, so there is, just want to point out, there is a informational item, city council agenda topics, so that is there. But technically, we've made this council member reports, and so Councilmember Willison, was that all those 2 items? Was there any other report out that you had? Okay. Does anyone else have a council member report? Vice Mayor Nash.
So Councilmember Taylor and I had a report on interim services, and I was wondering if we could do that, if we'll have a council member reports on Monday, because I'd prefer to do it when Councilmember Taylor is present. But I wasn't sure if we'd have that. Could we make sure that we have that item, council member reports, as part of the meeting on Monday? Otherwise, I'll bring it up now.
I'm fine with having that as long as we're allowed to have it. Like that's totally fine with me. Yeah.
Yes, I'll be sure to agendize it.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk Karen. All right, any other council member reports? Okay. Then
I have a question.
Yeah, Councilmember Mueller.
Oh, it's not this meeting. It's the next meeting. When are we appointing the new Bosco rep?
Is that
We do have that agendized for this evening under city council reports.
Good.
Yeah, under the
right in front of me.
yeah under the
Wait a second.
the city. Okay, so I don't have any city council report, and so then yeah, the item that we do have under city council member reports is P1, appoint a representative to the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency and the Bay Area Regional Water System Financing Authority. And so yeah, and so we'll have the city clerk call for public comment, and we will get back to, I know we skipped over city manager's report. We will get to city manager's report before the adjournment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And before I do take public comment, just by acclamation, can we extend the meeting past 11, even though we technically already have? Perfect. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so if any member of the public wishes to speak on item P1, appoint a representative to the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency and the Bay Area Regional Water System Financing Authority, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And our first speaker will be Mariah Roberts.
Again, I am requesting and, really wanting a meaningful answer and approach to the most oppressed individuals in Menlo Park. I am extremely confused, and the lack of acknowledgement, the complete ignorance of even the approach of how to fix this. I get it's uncomfortable. I get it could even be uncomfortable for our mayor. That's unfortunate, but despite it being uncomfortable, we have to approach this. I feel like we talk about everything besides the state of Black Americans in Menlo Park. We do not talk about the oppressed in Menlo Park. We do not talk about the extreme divide between, who lives on one side of 101, the other side of 101. And I don't feel, and I do not mean to be disrespectful, but I don't always feel like our local government represents the needs of the community. I had a conversation with our mayor, and he did not know the true meaning of housing insecurity. And if you do not know what housing insecurity means, how can you meet the needs of the community? And how can the people around you advise you if they are not aware that you are not in touch with the people that you look like you represent, but you do not? And it's saddening to me that I have to even, talk in this nature, because I would like to be pro mayor, pro local government. And in a lot of ways I am. I do feel like the women in our community rise up, stand up. But I do not feel like the men are standing up for us. I do not feel like the men are behind us saying, like, I support the women in our community. I support the views. I support the struggles. Because when I look at our mayor, who every other minute snickers at things, laughs at things, and the state of Black America right now is so severe, I'm insulted. I feel zero connection with our mayor, because what's laughable? What's so funny? Please, you have my number. Call me. Get me in on the joke, because I don't get it. I do not get it. It's not funny. It's not laughable. It makes me pause about you as a leader in our community. And despite what you feel, I represent so many people here. I represent so many lives here, the livelihoods here, the mothers here. Step up, Drew. Step up. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. This will be the final call for public comment on item P1. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Okay, so then, City Clerk Hannah, are you introducing the item, or is it just going to be council discussion?
It's basically just city council discussion. I have nothing
Okay.
further besides what's in the report. Thanks.
Okay, totally fair. So this certainly the current state of affairs is that Councilmember Mueller is serving as the city's BOSCA representative, and I think there is a desire for him to roll off, but I don't want to put words in his mouth, which means that there would be an opening. So Councilmember Mueller, give us some sense of where you are regarding your representation of the city on BOSCA.
Yeah, so once I came on to BOSCA, I discovered there was a whole breadth of work that the council wasn't aware of. And what I would suggest is, especially, I would suggest that a council member who may have a longer tenure than I would have be the person who is appointed to it, because it is I think that's what it requires. Candidly, it's a big time commitment, but it's also a longer tenure dedicated to it than I think candidly that I would have right now. So I would suggest that I would roll off of it, and that a council member who's intending on, if you're a council member who's got 2 years left, if you're thinking about running again, you're not committing tonight, but you haven't foreclosed it, or obviously if you're a council member just joined the council, this would be something that you'd be really looking to do, because it's a great agency, a lot of stakeholders, big time commitment.
And I vaguely remember Councilmember Willison possibly expressing interest, or no, okay, I did not. Okay, so so is there a council member that has an interest in serving on BOSCA, or serving as the city's representative to BOSCA? Vice Mayor Nash.
I just wanted to state that basically 3 of us are on the same timeline as you're talking about with your election. And, while at one point I did have an interest, I just don't have time to do it, nor do I have any more time on this council than you do. Or actually, well, I won't even go there. Never mind. So.
Yeah, I mean, the question would be whether or not anyone thought that they might be running for council again, of those three. But maybe we should bring it back when Councilmember Taylor's here. I mean, there are very meaty issues related to water and development that people may be interested in, also water and conservation. If no one wants to do it, I'll continue and stay on it. But my issue on that was I really was trying to think of what would be in the best interest going forward in terms of a continued stewardship of the position.
I think when are their monthly meetings, right? Councilmember Mueller, or
it's not monthly.
Is it quarterly or
I think it's bi-monthly.
Bi-monthly, okay. Okay, yeah, so we can discuss this with Councilmember Taylor. Yeah, we could. I'll maybe follow up and see what the meeting cadence is. In theory, if there isn't anyone on council interested, I could possibly be interested as long as the meetings don't conflict with other meetings that I have. Although again, I don't know that I'm making some specific statement about my tenure on council with regards to being at least open to exploring this, but let's have this on the agenda again when council member, and we can see where she's at, and if there's also no interest there, then like I said, I could I'll look at the meeting schedule and might be interested.
I think it'd be something very good at Mayor Combs.
Thank you. Okay, City Clerk Heron, I saw you come on.
Just going to clarify that I will be moving this to the June 28th meeting for City Council direction, as we'll need to let Bosco know by June 30th.
Okay, totally fair. All right, are there any other council member reports that aren't on it? Okay, so then we'll go, and we have call for public comment on this, correct? I just want to make sure, double checking. Okay, so then we'll go to city manager's report, and obviously here to introduce the item is City Manager Jerome Robinson.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So just to review some of the extra meetings we talked about earlier tonight, we have added a meeting on June 28th, it seems like now, to talk, and then we've added the meeting. The 28th is for the budget and potentially for the moratorium on tenant evictions. The 29th will be on redistricting, a study session, and then we're not going to be holding the meeting of the 13th because we had council member conflicts, scheduling conflicts, and we will add a meeting on the 20th. So that's a lot, but it will publish all that in the city calendar. Then in addition, I wanted to make sure that you're all aware that we are also holding a housing element webinar on July 1st at 6 o'clock. So all of our community members are invited to an introductory housing element webinar at 6 o'clock next Thursday, July 1st. The meeting will cover the process, project components, and how to get involved in the housing element update project. The webinar will cover the following major themes: existing conditions, housing element requirements, housing element schedule, concurrent update of safety, safety element, and the creation of an environmental justice element. We really hope, and then also community involvement opportunities. So to attend the meeting, please register at the housing element webpage, menlopark.org/housing element under the events box. And hopefully you can help us spread the word on that, council members, because we'd really love, I think this is really a great opportunity for people to learn more about the housing element. And that is my report for tonight.
Cool. Thank you for that report, City Manager Jerome Robinson. So that's everything I have. Just want to make sure that everyone is set. Nothing else additional, correct? Okay, well, with that, I will adjourn the meeting.